the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first.
What is a Rasta man? The man we set the plan. The man we touch the street. Love and bless up everyone. No skip a beat, the Rasta man unique. We now go take defeat, the mission not be complete. And through the humble and the meek. My lyrics is my gun. No boy can't tell me no. I can't get you out my mind. If I had a second chance to spend with you, I'm so sorry that I broke your heart to pieces. It's to me you're like a red rose. Woman, come back my way. Every time I see a red rose, a red wine, or a red wine, yeah. Every time I see a red rose. Oh, you're all that I'm thinking of. You're more than just a friend. Love up pour like some every rain shower. I miss you even when it's only been an hour. You're all that I want to
Good morning. Welcome to the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety hearing for Thursday, April 4th, 2024. The committee will hear from the Division of Festivals and various officials responsible for safety and security during the upcoming Carnival festivities on St. Croix, to include the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Departments of Health, Tourism, Licensing, and Consumer, who we're waiting on, the Department of Public Works, and the Waste Management Authority. We held similar meetings back in December to address the St. Croix festivities with the stakeholders about plans, again, for the Crucian Christmas Festival, which proved to be fruitful. The security discussions, we were able to iron out a couple of kinks. I was able to have a safe festival on St. Croix, and we intend to do the same for the St. Thomas district. And that said, I would also like to thank all the first responders, support agencies, and volunteers that assisted in this endeavor to have had a safe festival season on St. Croix. And today we would look forward for a healthy discussion as we discuss the St. Thomas festivities coming up. And before we get started, please allow me to recognize both the paraprofessionals and assistant principals of our Virgin Islands schools. Paraprofessional Day was yesterday, April 3rd, and this also happens to be Assistant Principal Week, April 1st to the 5th. Thank you all for all that you do for our students and our community. They are truly our unsung heroes in our education system. It is also National Public Health Week, and we happen to have the Commissioner of Health with us this morning. Given COVID pandemic, dengue, Zika, and other threats we have faced in recent years, we cannot emphasize enough the importance of addressing public health issues. So I thank them for being here as well. April is also World Autism Month, and we learn more each day about the neurodivergence, and it is my hope that our continued awareness of autism will make us all more compassionate here in our community. At this time, I will ask for a roll call. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr. absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Here. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Here. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Present. Senator Francis Heiliger present. Senator Giovanni James Sr. Senator James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Okay. Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Gittens present. Mr. Chair, you have 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you. Also, let me recognize the presence of our Senate President, Novelli Francis Jr., who is also in the St. Croix Legislative Conference Room. We do have a quorum and will proceed. Before we move on, I want to recognize the foreign language class of the St. Croix Central High School, who is seated with us in the St. Croix Legislative Conference Room. It's approximately 25 students, and they're accompanied by their instructors or teachers, Mistress Eli Torres and or Ellie Torres, I'm sorry, and Dr. Annette Garcia. Ms. Torres, please don't grade me too hard there on the pronunciation on your first name, and I should know better, right? My apologies. But welcome, students, and I hope you all enjoy today's discussion as we want to make this a safe carnival. How many of you there are coming over to St. Thomas for the carnival? By a show of hands. Okay, you see, the place will be packed. We know that. So we want to make sure that it is safe for all of us in attendance. So thank you and welcome. Again, I salute those teachers for having our students being part of this process and understanding the process and knowing how government operates. As government is all of us. As we move forward, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
From whom? And you may proceed.
Mr. Chair, you have correspondence from Senator Angel Bocas Jr. Dear Mr. Chair, please be advised that due to a previously scheduled engagement, I'll be unable to attend today's meeting of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Please mark my absence as excused. Thank you for your time and understanding. Sincerely, Angel Bocas Jr., Senator at Large.
The letter is hereby acknowledged.
And that completes the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
You may read today's agenda into the record.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Please be advised that the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative committee hearing for 10 a.m. Thursday, April 4th, 2024, in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Chambers on St. Thomas. The agenda is as follows. Block 1, 10 a.m., St. Thomas Carnival Safety Security Update. This update intends to provide an overview of safety and security efforts ahead of this year's St. Thomas Carnival events. Information provided will relate to safety and security, parking restrictions and accommodations, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, curbside pickup, trash removal, trash containerization, and other related matters. Invited testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the VI Police Department, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, VI Department of Public Works, Honorable Joseph Schulte, Commissioner, VI Department of Tourism, Honorable Justa Tita Encarnacion, VI Department of Health.
That's Justa.
Justa, I apologize. Justa Encarnacion, VI Department of Health. The Honorable H. Natalie Hodge, VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and Mr. Roger E. Merritt, Jr., Executive Director of VI Waste Management Authority. That concludes the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Two things before we proceed. Please note that I stated that the letter from Senator Bocas was acknowledged and not excused, but hereby acknowledged. And also, colleagues, please note of a correspondence received by a booth owner, Stedman Hodge Jr., which will be on the drive. It should be on the drive already and be made part of the file. It will not be read into the record, but just so you have knowledge. Today's meeting, again, as you just heard, is an overview of safety and security efforts for the upcoming festivities, and not about booth owner fees or the length of days of the festivities, etc. So again, this correspondence will be made part of the file and can be located on the drive. At this time, so that we can have a systems check, we have no one on Zoom or Team, but what we will do is, starting on my left, here in the St. Thomas Chambers. Sir, you listening? Because you're going to be first. I'm going to have you introduce yourself, your title and agency that you're representing, and we'll move from my left to the extreme right.
Good morning, Senator Giddens. Halva Hart, Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals, Assistant Director.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens and esteemed senators. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals, USVI Department of Tourism.
Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens and the Homeland Security Committee. Ruben Jennings, Department of Public Works, Assistant Commissioner.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator and everyone else in the room. I am Justa Encarnacion, Commissioner of the VA Department of Health.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens and everyone else in the room. Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health for the Department of Health.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens. My name is Roger Edward Merritt, Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Giddens, and to everyone under the sound of my voice, good morning. I am Mario Brooks, Assistant Commissioner, Police, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens and everyone else. My name is Sergeant Kim Hoheb, Virgin Islands Police Department, Carnival Coordinator.
Thank you. Welcome. First time here?
Yes.
All right. I see you admiring the walls outside. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens and all in the listening audience. I'm Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief St. John, VIPD.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Giddens. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wilbur Francis. I'm the Director of Enforcement, DLCA.
Good morning. Welcome. Almost seemed like we need to give you two guys a seat here, a temporary office here, huh? Thank you all for trotting it over and being here with us. Testifiers, I'm going to ask you all to be clear and concise. Take your time in your testimony. Our reporter is doing the stenography from a remote location. And I want the students that's sitting in the conference room to be able to understand exactly what's being said. So, all right, during your testimony and during your responses, just be as clear and concise, short and sweet. All right, so we will start with the testimony of the Department of Tourism, Division of Festivals.
Good morning, Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety Committee Chairman, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, committee members and senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, members of the media, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Ian Turnbull, Director for the Division of Festivals, and today I will be testifying on behalf of Commissioner Joseph Bishelty, who is unable to attend today's hearing. Pursuant to your invitation, Assistant Director Halvar Hart III and I are here to provide clarity with regard to the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals event planning regarding safety, security, environmental cleanups, permitting requirements, and other operational plans and collaborative efforts for the 2024 St. Thomas Carnival. Since January 17th, 2024, the Department of Tourism executive team, including Festival Assistant Director Shamari Haynes, Leona Smith, Halva Hart, and I have hosted 8 interdepartmental planning meetings with representatives from the Virgin Islands Police Department, Virgin Islands Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works, the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Priority topics during these meetings and the subsequent follow-up departmental meetings focus on event logistics, community health and safety, and location preservation for all Division of Festivals-led events to include Coney Island, Prince and Princess Pageant, Queen Show, Boat Race, Calypso Monarch, Panorama, Quell Bay Tramp, Steel Band Tramp, Food Fair, Juve, Children's Parade, Adults Parade, and of course the fireworks. Additionally, members of the Department of Tourism have met with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to discuss and plan the execution of utilities for the village booths and staging. Currently, we have a confirmed timeline for power connection that aligns with all other required inspections in anticipation of the village opening date, which is April 29th, the official opening date. Our department has secured 2 local restroom vendors, and we have outlined the placement of 11 bathroom stalls at the village, 7 bathroom stalls at the food fair, and 3 bathroom stalls on the parade route designated for senior use in addition to existing public bathrooms. As we finalize the intricate details for this year's event, our department will continue to engage in cross-departmental partisanship to finalize and execute a variety of procedures and tactics that are bound to foster a seamless carnival season. From restroom accessibility in the village to Juve and parade crowd control and boat race access, the Department of Tourism and our counterparts are dedicated to facilitating a world-class carnival celebration that is not only fun and memorable, but safe, organized, and within all cited regulations. In closing, we want to thank Governor Bryant and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, the adjacent departmental associates, the members of the Senate, this body, our committed volunteers, and my phenomenal colleagues at the Department of Tourism for their unwavering commitment to elevating the U.S. Virgin Islands, our culture, and our traditions. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we stand ready to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Turnbull, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Mario M. Brooks, Assistant Commissioner of Police, representing the Honorable Ray A. Martinez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department. Here this morning to provide an overview of the department's preparations for the upcoming Virgin Islands Carnival here on the island of St. Thomas. Our preparations underscore our shared commitment to ensuring the safety and security of our community during this significant event. The St. Thomas Carnival, a jewel in the crown of the United States Virgin Islands, is more than just a celebration. It is a vibrant expression of our rich cultural heritage and a significant contributor to our local economy, attracting tourists from all around the world. The Carnival's history is deeply interwoven with the story of our islands, showcasing our unique traditions and the spirit of our people. We are also honored once again to host this prestigious event here at the capital of these beautiful Virgin Islands, an event that not only elevates these islands, but also highlights our capacity to manage high-profile events with utmost efficiency and top-notch security. While the safety of our fellow community members and that of all our guests is a partnered effort involving our federal and local counterparts, the Virgin Islands Police Department plays a pivotal role in ensuring that every citizen and visitor enjoys a safe and protected celebratory environment. It is imperative to note that the specifics of our operational plans are sensitive in nature and must remain confidential to ensure their effectiveness. However, I can assure this community that our strategies are comprehensive, innovative, and tailored to address the unique challenges of such a large-scale and high-profile event. At the forefront of our operational plan is the deployment of our centralized real-time information center, a state-of-the-art hub that connects and serves as our on-site communications and monitoring hub. This advanced setup allows for instantaneous response and access to real-time surveillance of the Carnival Village and intermediate areas, dispatch capabilities, and comprehensive communication channels. For the duration of the Carnival events, we will be deploying temporary cameras, utilizing our drone resources, mobile surveillance camera systems, and various forms of digital equipment, enhancing our surveillance capabilities and ensuring a wide coverage of the downtown Chateaumal area, as well as the surrounding communities with foot patrols. The synergy between the real-time information center and the off-site camera center is crucial, as they both operate independently and in tandem, providing redundant systems that ensure uninterrupted monitoring and rapid response to any situation. Reflecting on last year's events, our proactive approach and technological advancements led to significant successes. Notable among these were the arrest of individuals in possession of illegal firearms. These interventions were made possible by our vigilant officers and advanced surveillance, preventing potential escalations and maintained the overall peace of the carnival. Our strategy of blending boots on the ground with digital surveillance has proven to be effective, enabling us to intervene promptly in altercations and maintain a safe environment for all attendees. The success of our operation hinges on the unwavering dedication and expertise of our officers. Their commitment to public safety, especially during large-scale events, is highly commendable. Our officers undergo diverse types of recurrent training, ensuring that they are well equipped to manage the complexities and challenges of event security. The diligence and professionalism displayed by our team are a testament to their commitment to safeguarding our community and upholding the law. As we prepare for this year's carnival, we have the utmost confidence in the ability of our officers to effectively execute our plans, thereby increasing overall efficiency that will ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Looking ahead, the Virgin Islands Police Department remains dedicated to continuous improvement and innovation in our security strategies. We are committed to exploring and implementing modern technologies and methodologies that enhance our capabilities to further public safety. This commitment extends beyond the carnival, the celebrations, and the festivals, as we strive to maintain a high standard of security and peace in our community throughout the year. We pledge to continue engaging with our community, our stakeholders, and federal partners to foster a collaborative approach towards a safer and more secure environment for all. I wish to reaffirm the Virgin Islands Police Department's unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. These events are not merely celebrations. They serve as a testament to our resilience, our unity, and our cultural pride. As we engage in the various carnival activities, let us do so with mindfulness and responsibility. Let us watch out for one another and promptly report any suspicious activity to law enforcement. By being each other's guardians, we can foster an environment of trust and security. By adhering to these precautions, we can ensure that the Virgin Islands Carnival, the Crucian Festival, and the St. John 4th of July celebration remain cherished traditions for generations to come. Before concluding, I must express my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the Virgin Islands Police Department officers, law enforcement across the territory, and supervisors of the Virgin Islands Police Department for their dedication and steadfast commitment to policing our community throughout the year. Through your efforts, everyone can enjoy a safe and joyous occasion. Thank you. The team and I are now available and remain on standby to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Brooks. Next up, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good day. Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Committee Chair, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee senators present, non-committee senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today, I have the privilege of being joined by Director Wilbur Francis. He's the Director of our Enforcement Division. Certainly, Commissioner Hodge would have desired to be here, but had a previously scheduled engagement that she had to attend to. We are deeply grateful for the opportunity extended to us by this august body to present an update on the department's comprehensive preparations for the anticipated 2024 St. Thomas Carnival. We aim today to illuminate the efforts and readiness of the DLCA in terms of vendor regulation, operational strategies, and our collaborative endeavors to ensure a seamless and vibrant carnival this year. In the realm of public celebrations, such as carnivals, festivals, and other significant events, the DLCA traditionally collaborates closely with the Virgin Islands Police Department and other agencies, specifically VIPD, which possesses the authority under Title 19, VIC 2046, to issue special permits for activities at these gatherings. It is our standard practice to facilitate cultural expression, allowing food and beverage vendors and other cultural participants to engage fully, given that they received the necessary permissions from, in this instance, the Carnival Committee and/or the Virgin Islands Police Department. In collaboration with the VIPD, the DLCA is dedicating resources to bolster the police presence, acting as force multipliers to counteract potential shortages of law enforcement personnel. Our enforcement officers, operating under the VIPD's guidance, will diligently perform compliance checks daily throughout the carnival. Our mission is to ensure all vendors are properly licensed or permitted and adhere strictly to the terms of their agreements. Additionally, our officers, and I may say our capable officers, will tackle the prevention of unauthorized or illicit commercial activities. Addressing the growing concern of underage drinking and unauthorized alcohol sales, our alcohol unit, in partnership with the Enforcement Division, is taking some decisive steps. We are actively monitoring social media and other channels for signs of illegal alcohol production aimed at the carnival audience. Unlicensed alcohol, including jello shots, bottled concoctions, and alcohol pouches, often lack the required labeling, including alcohol content, posing significant health risks and legal violations. To mitigate these risks and uphold public safety, DLCA is intensifying efforts to ensure all entities involved in the production and sale of alcoholic beverages comply with rigorous licensing and labeling standards. We will be launching, in short order, a public services announcement to emphasize the necessity of registering with the DLCA and the requirement for ensuring proper labeling, which must include a government warning, alcohol percentage in excess of 6% of alcohol, volume, and manufacturer details for all alcohol products sold publicly. As the 2024 St. Thomas Carnival approaches, rest assured that the Enforcement Division and the Alcohol Unit will be vigilant. We'll work with our partner agencies here today to ensure compliance with all the laws of the Virgin Islands, and will assist with prioritizing the safety and well-being of all of the carnival participants. Certainly today, we want to thank you once more for this opportunity to share our initiatives and preparations for a safe and successful St. Thomas Carnival. We remain available and able to address any questions or further discussions that you may wish to pursue. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner, and I must publicly thank you all again for being here, as you were the only department that got a tardy notice, and you're still here, so thank you for that. So I wouldn't get on you for submitting this testimony today. Commissioner, thank you so much for being here. And before you start, let me just state so that folks could understand. When I send these letters out on behalf of the committee, I do send it to the head of the agency, but I don't expect that you all will come here every time you get called. It's 15 of us, and 15 of us could send out a letter requesting you to be someplace. I don't expect you to be running all over the place. But for the respective persons that's responsible for the subject matter, for them to be here. So if you have to excuse yourself at any time today, just please let me know. And I'm pretty sure your enforcement director and one of your able assistant commissioners can take over. But again, thank you for fitting us in your busy schedule.
Of course, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Honorable Ray Fonseca, Vice Chair, committee members, and all non-committee members, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Justa Tita Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Present with me today is in the audience Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, and next to me, Director of Environmental Health, Wanson Harris. Before I continue with the testimony, I would like to take the opportunity to wish our Department of Health's family a very happy Public Health Week. Public health is more than just health care. It's steps we take to make sure our neighbors' environment are free from pollution. It's making sure food and water are safe to eat and drink. It's also the relationships we foster in our communities. We are interconnected. When we all come together to support public health, all of us, individuals, families, communities, and the public health field, we achieve the goals of public health, and that is from the National Public Health Week, .org. We are here today to speak on the status of the VI Department of Health's Environmental Health Division's event planning regarding safety, environmental health cleanup issues, permitting requirements, and other operational plans and collaborative efforts ahead of our year's St. Thomas Carnival. The Division of Environmental Health maintains a close partnership with the Division of Festivals to oversee all aspects of pertaining to safety, environmental cleanliness, vendor permitting, and environmental surveillance during carnivals, festivals, celebration, and similar events. Our collaboration involves weekly meetings held at least 90 days prior to such events, allowing for the sharing of updates and proactive resolutions of any emergent concerns. The weekly meetings began in January and have been consistently held. Specifically, on April 3rd, we convened with all vendors participating in this year's carnival to discuss the regulatory requirements regarding to operating their temporary food establishment, better known as TFEs. These discussions will encompass timelines for obtaining health permit and adhering to relevant health and safety protocols. The Division of Festivals will provide us with a comprehensive listing of vendors and their respective locations for each event, which will be meticulously recorded in our health safety database for tracking and medical surveillance purposes. During the carnival festivities, our environmental officers and inspectors will be diligent and covering and monitoring key events such as Boat Parade, Carnival Village, Food Fair, Juve, and adult and children parades. Their primary focus will be in ensuring safe food handling, preparation, and compliance with time and temperature control measures. It is imperative to highlight that all food vendors must obtain permits from the Virgin Islands Department of Health to operate any food establishment, whether mobile, stationary, temporary, or permanent. This requirement applies irrespective of food consumption occurring on or off the premises and regardless of any associated changes or charges. The Food Donation Act does not apply. To facilitate compliance, each food vendor subject to inspection receives a self-inspection checklist covering essential requirements for operating temporary food establishments, including hygiene, food sourcing, storage, contamination prevention, and proper use of utensils. Further, in addition to health permits, all individuals operating within the confines of a temporary food establishments are required to possess valid health cards, which must be displayed at all times. Additionally, individuals must provide laboratory results demonstrating negative tests for parasites. Alternatively, individuals holding a valid ServSafe certificate may submit a copy of their certificate in lieu of laboratory results at the VI Department of Health's Environmental Health Office located at the John S. Moria Head Yard in St. Thomas or at the Castle Coakley Building in St. Croix so that we can validate such credentials. The Division of Environmental Health is committed to ensuring the safety, cleanliness, and regulatory compliance of the upcoming St. Thomas Carnival. Through our collaborative efforts with the Division of Festival and stringent enforcement of health and safety protocols, we aim to facilitate an enjoyable and secure experience for all participants and attendees. The department is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality, equitable health care, and enforcing health standards. Again, team, happy Public Health Week. The department continues collaborative efforts with the members of the 35th Legislature. We stand ready to respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I recognize the Department of Public Works for their testimony, let me also recognize the presence of our Rules and Judiciary Committee Chairperson, the Honorable Diane T. Capehart, in the St. Croix Legislative Conference Room. Welcome. Public Works, you may proceed.
Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, all other senators in attendance today, and a special good morning to the students in the St. Croix chambers. All those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those listening and in the viewing audience. My name is Ruben Jennings, and I am the Assistant Commissioner at the Department of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's involvement and collaborative efforts ahead of this year's St. Thomas Carnival. DPW started meeting with Division of Festival committee members, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, and other key stakeholders earlier this year to prepare for the upcoming carnival. In those meetings, we were able to outline our areas of responsibility, opportunities for improvements, and other key areas of assistance needed. The Department of Public Works will provide the Division of Festival access to the Fort Christian parking lot and its amenities from April 8 through May 6, 2024 to use as the venue for the Carnival Village. Prior to turnover, DPW's Operations Division will prepare the facility by patching uneven areas, preparing the restroom facilities, and using our street sweeper to clean the parking lot of any debris or small construction material. DPW will also provide barricades for use during carnival events. Department crews will construct the governor's reviewing stand for use during the children's and adults' parades, and will deconstruct the stands after the parades. Additionally, DPW will provide roadside crews to clean after carnival events, namely Juve, Village Nights, and the parades. Also, as this is the first year the horse races are expected to return since 2017, the department has been asked to provide logistical support to ensure this event's success. Lastly, the department will assist with advertising any road closures or traffic changes resulting from carnival festivities. As for the cost of these endeavors, the Department of Public Works receives $300,000 annually from the Tourism Revolving Fund to provide support for carnivals, festivals, and other celebrations territory-wide. Before closing, I'd like to recognize and thank the men and women of the department for their tireless efforts to ensure Carnival occurs without a hitch. Their invaluable support is critical, and we want to make sure the community recognizes their efforts. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony regarding the department's involvement. I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner. You were going from a different document that I have in front of me? I mean, besides the acknowledgement of the students? No? Okay, it seems like you provided a lot more information that I was listening out for too, but thank you for that. Waste Management, you're next.
Good morning, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson, and other committee members of the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and members of the viewing and listening audience.
None for me.
My name is Roger Edward Merritt Jr., Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. I am appearing before you today along with Petula Stevens, St. Thomas Solid Waste Collections Manager, who is in the gallery behind me, to provide testimony relevant to the authority's cleanup plans and collaborative efforts ahead of this year's St. Thomas Carnival on items such as curbside pickup, trash removal, trash containerization, and safety and security measures. The Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority is responsible for trash collection and removal from all venues where activities are held by the Virgin Islands Festival Committee. The responsibilities of the authority for St. Thomas Carnival 2024 are as follows. In the villages, we clean and prepare the Fort Christian parking lot for the official opening of the village. This includes the placement of a 30-yard bin in the center of the parking lot for the booth owners to dispose of their trash, for example, empty boxes, trash, etc. Cleaning and sweeping of the parking lot, and the placement of 64-gallon carts by each booth and other strategic locations in the parking lot and along the outer perimeter of the village for trash disposal by the revelers. Number 2, placement of one 20 and one 30-yard bin at 2 locations in the vicinity of the village for daily trash disposal by booth owners and contractors assigned to the nightly village cleaning. The bins are usually placed by the Fort Christian parking lot bathroom and the other one by the area of the credit union. Contractors are responsible for emptying the full 64-gallon carts, emptying the contents in the 20 or 30-yard bin, and returning the empty containers to its original location throughout the night. Number 3, in-house and contracted crews are assigned from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m. Those are their assigned shifts for nightly cleanup, then at 5 a.m. for total village and surrounding area cleanup, which includes both villages, Emancipation Garden, Roosevelt Park, and the waterfront. All trash bags are placed on the outskirts of the booths on the waterfront side for the Waste Management Authority's rear loader to collect and dispose of at the landfill. This may take 2 or 3 trips depending on the amount of trash, and at times we seek the assistance of one of our private rear loader contractors to assist, as the in-house crew also has a daily trash route to collect as well. Trash carts are also emptied, washed, and disinfected. Every morning by 6 a.m., the Waste Management Authority's roll-on, roll-off truck hauls the 2 full bins from the village and replaces them with empty bins for the next night. This happens throughout the duration of the village opening. The vendor for the used oil places used cooking oil containers strategically in the village, and these used oil igloos can hold a total capacity of about 1,200 gallons of used cooking oil. Once an igloo is full, the vendor is called to pump and collect the oil. Events, Prince and Princess, Carnival Queen Show, Calypso Monarch. Number 1, in-house staff along with 1 or 2 crews are assigned to each event. Each event will dictate how many cleanup staff are needed. For instance, the food fair will need more crews than the Queen Show. Number 2, for all events, we place a 20-yard bin as well as 64-gallon trash carts at the event location. The assigned crew or crews will pick up trash and empty the contents of the 64-gallon trash carts into the 20-yard bin throughout the night. After the function is over, the crew or crews will clean the entire venue in preparation for another scheduled event. The 20-yard bin is collected the following morning by the Waste Management Authority's roll-on, roll-off staff. And an igloo for disposing of used cooking oil is placed at the venue where the event is being held as well. For food fair, on food fair day, there are 4 crews assigned, 2 for the morning shift from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., and 2 for the afternoon shift from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. The morning crew is responsible for cleaning and assisting in preparation for the opening of the food fair and the placement of the 64-gallon carts. 2 20-yard bins are placed in an area designated by the festival committee, and during the day, the full carts are emptied and returned to their original location by the crew members on duty. And at the end of the food fair, a complete and thorough cleanup is performed. The full 20-yard bin is removed early the following day. And the day before the food fair, the used oil vendors places an igloo for used cooking oil. In Juve, the rear loader truck is parked by the bridge by 4:30 a.m. on the morning of Juve because of the road closures. All contracted crews and in-house staff assemble at the Cancrine Bridge at 6 a.m. All contracted crews and in-house staff make their way up behind the last band. They rake, pick up trash, and dispose of full bags into the rear loader. This happens up to the village where the cleaning crew now concentrates on cleaning the village and collecting bags from the outside of the village and disposing of them into the rear loader. We may seek the assistance of one of our rear loader contractors to assist due to the large volume of trash. A crew is dispatched back down the Juve route to collect trash, as some vendors are still selling and more trash accumulates in the previously cleaned areas. For boat race, on the afternoon of the boat race, all contracted crews, including the Waste Management Authority's rear loader staff, will assemble at Griffith Park, and all contracted crews and in-house staff make their way up the waterfront at 6 p.m. when the boat race officially ends. Contracted crews also clean the side streets and the Emancipation Garden. They rake, pick up trash, and dispose of full bags into the rear loader up to the village. A crew is then sent back down to the waterfront to collect trash, as some vendors are still selling and trash accumulates in those previously clean areas. For the parades, both the adults and children's, 64-gallon trash carts are placed along the parade route for revelers to dispose of their waste. All crews and assigned in-house staff are assigned to the cleanup. The crews and in-house personnel assemble at the USO building for the children's parade. They follow behind the last troop or floop, collecting trash from the route, including back street, all side streets, and the waterfront. Trash is deposited into the back of the rear loader, which follows behind the parade as well, and the cleanup goes as far as the old Lincoln School. The same applies to the adults parade. The only difference is that the crews assemble at Western Cemetery in the area of the old Silver Dollar. The meeting times are usually 12 p.m. for the children's parade and 2 p.m. for the adults parade. Final cleanup, on the morning following the last night of the village, all crews assemble in the village at 5 a.m. Crews are assigned to different areas, and on that final day, we not only clean the inside and outside of the village, but we also clean from the area of the Cancrine Bridge up to the area of Queen Louise Home. This includes Cemetery Road, Back Street, Main Street, all side streets, Emancipation Garden, Roosevelt Park, Government Hill, the Belgian Road, to Queen Louise Home, and back to the village. The crews are on standby for the dismantling of the booths, and during the dismantling of the booths, a 30-yard bin is placed in the center of the village for the booth owners to discard their trash. And after all the booths are dismantled and removed, crews will clean the parking lot, removing all debris, raking and disposing bags into the 30-yard bin until everything is removed. The bin will then be hauled and trash disposed of at the Bavoni landfill. The in-house routes during Carnival. Although we assist with the trash collection for Carnival, we are still responsible for the collection of the waste management in-house routes. We get assistance from our rear loader contractor on days when it is impossible to do both. For example, our contractor assists us with the Juve route in the morning due to the road closures. And the waste management contractor collects Main Street between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. on the day of both parades. Also, the in-house waste management rear loader crew reports to work an hour earlier to ensure that the trash on the parade route is collected on parade days too. The route from Polyberg down to Cemetery Road is collected between 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. Then the trash on the western side of the island is collected. Once the crews collect all this trash, it is disposed of at the landfill, and they'll be ready to go back at the end of the parade by the designated time, which is usually 12 p.m. for children's parade and 2 p.m. for the adults parade. If by chance time does not allow us to collect the route as scheduled, then our rear loader contractor will assist with the route collection to ensure that all the waste is collected. As far as enforcement, the Environmental Enforcement Division on St. Thomas will be supporting the St. Thomas Carnival activities throughout the duration. The waste management enforcement officers and inspectors are tasked with contacting all the vendors at the festival village to ensure that proper waste disposal is adhered to. The waste management officers will be in full force walking through the village, providing coverage and assistance to the Virgin Islands Police Department officers. Any illegal dumping caught by the waste management officers will result in a $1,000 citation. Village vendors will be responsible for ensuring the waste is properly disposed of and not placed at the residential bin sites at the end of the festival. Inspectors will be monitoring the cameras, and officers will be patrolling the bin sites to ensure there is no illegal dumping taking place. Any booth owners caught dumping at the bin sites will be issued a $1,000 citation.
I think you need to be repeating those fines.
Any booth owners caught dumping at the bin sites will be issued a $1,000 citation. And any illegal dumping caught by the waste management officers will result in a $1,000 citation. In summary, I close by sincerely thanking the authority's hardworking staff for their dedication and commitment to not only their day-to-day jobs, but in supporting the future vision of the authority, along with our contractors who assist us in keeping the territory clean. I would like to also thank the Brian Roach administration and the members of the 35th Legislature for their support as we continue to address the U.S. Virgin Islands issues related to public health and safety issues regarding solid waste and wastewater collection, treatment, and disposal. This concludes my testimony, and I remain available to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Merritt. Thank you all for your testimony. The committee will take a brief 4-minute recess. Stretch your legs. We'll be right back. 4 minutes. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, April 4th, 2024 is back on record. So we heard testimony from 6 agencies, the Department of Tourism, specifically from the Division of Festivals. We heard testimony from the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and their Enforcement Division, the Department of Health and their Environmental Enforcement Division, and the Department of Public Works, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority. Now, ladies and gentlemen, crowd control is like at the top of my head. The safety of all in attendance, crowd control or crowd management, as we discuss this, seeks to ensure the safety of all within these events. And I would love for us to have a safe carnival this year. Again, we saw a safe one on St. Croix, but there was one incident on St. Croix that would show you that anything could trigger off something. Now, it wasn't a crime or something, but something with a tent or a table falling, and 1 or 2 people reacting or panicking and reacting, and it sent everyone in a frenzy, and people were actually trampled. And I'm sure at least one of my colleagues may speak to it, because that person was also trampled in the same, what I would describe as a stampede. And just before I open up the floor to my colleagues for a 5-minute first round, I would like media to put up some pictures of not only the St. Croix Festival and what that crowd had looked like, but also previous St. Thomas Carnival. Now, this one, I think that's up on the screen. Those of you in the chambers could view it here and over here. That's St. Croix Festival village. You see that? This other one is St. Thomas village. Everyone concentrated in that one area. If anything should happen, God forbid, people going towards the water, what we want to do is we want to avoid any stampedes, hopefully between the Division of Festivals and the police department and whatnot. Y'all will meet with entertainers, whomever is on the stage and whatnot, that if in the case something happens, how they should assist you in controlling a crowd so that it doesn't be a whole panic state. I also wanted to hear, like from the Division of Festivals and the police department, you encouraging people to actually carpool. Somehow I feel that this carnival is just going to be overly massive, and there's no place for people to go. So I would like us to start encouraging people to carpool, because where are they going to park? Where are you going to go? We need to make sure that we slow down. And to our taxi drivers, I wish I'd get a license plate yesterday coming from Megan's Bay. And this taxi actually overtaking another taxi going up the hill on a double yellow line. Man, oh man, I wish I was a cop again. Because, I mean, that was just pure foolishness. The dollar is going to be there. Ain't no sense for you to risk your life or the life of someone else passing on a double yellow line going up a hill around a curb. At this time, again, we'll open up to the first round of 5 minutes, and we will begin with Senator Franklin Johnson on St. Croix. Then we'll move to the Senate Minority Leader, Senator DeGraff. So we're leading it off with 2 law enforcement officers. Then the Vice Chair, Senator Ray Fonseca, then the Senate President, Nova Francis, followed by our millennial Senator, Javon James, then on to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Capehart. That's the order that we'll go in. So at this time, Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I thought I heard you started off with 5.
Okay, that's why.
Nevertheless.
No, thank you. I wanted to make sure that you're alert. So I'm just showing them that you're alert. It is 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Well, I hope the clock gonna start. Oh, else a minute already gone. Thank you very much. Let's get the clock rolling. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to start off. My first question probably going to be between public safety and public work, because both of you guys probably going to be working onto this. What measures have been put in place or taken to advertise the road closures or traffic changes resulting from Carnival festivity? So I think both agencies should be working on this. So I'll start off with public safety on that question.
Good morning, Senator Assistant Commissioner Mario Brooks. So in our weekly meetings, as Director Turnbull mentioned, that was one of the forefront. That was actually at the forefront of our. I think it was our initial meeting. Basically, having those PSAs out there as soon as possible, speaking to public safety, parking, moving around in groups. Just the safety measures. Those were the key elements, and we had our media specialists, our public announcement personnel putting out those media messages. You should see them already in the teletrons around the territory, specifically on St. Thomas. If you're listening on the radio, you should already be hearing those PSAs being put out.
I saw a flyer from Parks and Rec. Are you guys in communication with them? I thought they were supposed to be opening the ballpark to allow parking at a cost.
Affirmative. So again, all of that is part of the meeting. We've been having these collaborative meetings now. I think Director Turnbull alluded to this is about the 9th one coming up next week. So we've been having these meetings, and those PSAs have been an integral part of the meetings to ensure that we get the message out as soon as possible. You should be hearing jingles following shortly also, probably as early as next week.
And my one question to you, are you here today as the Assistant Commissioner or the Acting Commissioner for Public Safety?
I am the Assistant Commissioner of Police.
The reason I asked that question, I saw a news briefing or something that the Commissioner was out on a temporary suspension. Is he back to work?
Commissioner Martinez was never suspended, and yes, he is back to work.
Can't be never suspended but back to work, one or the other. Thank you very much. To waste management, I see that you spoke about the garbage and stuff like that. What are you doing to deal with the old oil, all the used oil? What are you putting in preparation for the boot owners to get rid of all of that oil?
This is Roger Merritt, the Director for Waste Management. I mentioned in the testimony that we're putting 1,200-gallon igloos for used oil, and so those will be picked up on a regular basis by our used oil contractor throughout the carnival.
And these are sturdy piece of material. What is it made of to make sure that it doesn't have a spill or anything like that?
Yeah, it's a very sturdy. It looks like a water, like if you're getting water from a dispenser, but just imagine that bigger, and it's got thicker plastic, like a low density polyethylene plastic. so it won't puncture.
All right. Now I go to tourism. I see that there's only 2 members of your team, and the last hearing we had, you said that you're like a band, and I had some question for Mr. Shamari Haynes based on you guys' testimony that he will be the integral person dealing with the Queen Show. Mr. Shamari Haynes is not here, or Miss Leona Smith. Why they were not invited to this hearing?
1 minute.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. They are not in attendance because the meeting is specifically to St. Thomas Carnival, planning and security. Although they attend all of the meetings that we host with the collective agencies, we just have the team of myself.
I'm going based on your statement to the last hearing. You say you guys are like a band. All of you guys are involved in this planning. And I recall you saying that Mr. Shamari Haynes was integral part of your Queen Show. And I said again, my question was for him, based on him making some decision, and again, based on your statement to the last hearing.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Again, Assistant Director Haynes Hart is here to speak with regards to any of that as well. He can definitely answer those questions that you may have.
Time.
You spoke about, Mr. Chair, may I wrap up? I have 2 questions I would like to wrap up on.
You may.
In your testimony, you spoke about the different integral parts of this, and you mentioned Coney Island. Who is that?
Coney Island is the rides. That's what locally has been dubbed. But it's the rides that we have, the children's rides village that is located to the west of the entire adults village.
Now, the reason I want to make sure we're on the same tune. The person that brings these rides to St. Thomas, St. John, and throughout the Virgin Islands, are you assisting him with getting across to St. Thomas? Because in the past, the carnival committees have brought companies from Puerto Rico and paid for their full transportation up and back. Are you assisting this gentleman in coming across to St. Thomas?
Most definitely, Senator. We've assisted him.
You said most definitely, and I want you to understand that I spoke to that gentleman up to today, and he has no confirmation that you guys are going to assist him as we speak. So what conversation have you been having with him?
I'll let Assistant Director Hart speak to these matters. 1 second.
Halva Hart, Assistant Director, Division of Festivals. Senator Johnson, yes, we have spoken with Mr. Thomas previously. The commissioner have made a commitment to assist them in getting the rides to St. Thomas, as we did last year and as we did for St. John. So we do our best to assist them whenever he asks for any type of financial need or help.
So as we speak right now, you have no contractual agreement with him as what you're going to pay and what assistance you're going to give him.
I have spoke to Mr. Thomas up to this morning at 9:45 a.m. when he told me he finally got the quote from the barge into Atola, because that's the only one that is available to bring the rides to St. Thomas from St. Croix.
1 second. Now, let me interject here. I'm going to allow the senator to wrap up, but again, I want us to concentrate on the safety and security of the carnival festivities. All these other intricacies, I would allow the other committee of jurisdiction to handle those matters. But I don't want to get us intertwined in any other discussion except the safety and security of all in attendance for this year's carnival activities. Senator, if you have anything, all right. Thank you. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. First of all, I want to make sure you put on the record that the agencies before us here have done this. How much years we're doing carnival? 70-odd years. They have done it for 72 years, and they have done it well. First of all, thank you for that. Thank all your personnel who involved in this. This is a part of our culture. And I have no doubt that you can't address the issue. So now that brings us to 2024. You see what we have in place for 2024. Lighting has always been an issue. Have we put in or designated any areas that probably we need to get additional lighting, maybe from WAPA or anything, for the evening time to bring into light up areas to assist VIPD as a part of their patrolling? VIPD, correct. Yeah.
So, yes, Senator. So the good thing about the meetings that we've been having is holistic in nature. So we've had discussions with Public Works relative to some of the areas that we have identified that need lighting. There needs to be inclusion from WAPA, from WAPA. However, this is ongoing. We anticipate that those areas will be lit as previously discussed.
Okay, yes. Good. Disabled, some of the disabled parking has shifted since the parking lot to be closed, and the disabled population, are we designated any area that they can come and safely, whether it's park or drop off disabled persons, so they can have access to the festivities?
I think you have a fly in the wall in our meetings because we just spoke about that just on Wednesday. Okay. So yes, that is in discussion now. So identifying an area specifically for our disabled patrons.
Okay, so you haven't done it yet?
Yes, no, but it is in discussion. We're trying to identify a specific area.
And it would be advertised to the public?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Signage. There are a lot of signage being you can't park here. All your signs are going to be up whether you can park or whether you could park. Officers work according to the signage. They see a no parking area, people parked, they start writing tickets. Will some of these areas be designated, even though signage is up saying you can't park there? Would officers be informed, well, hey, we are doing this, or do they still apply during the events for Carnival?
No, again, part of the PSAs will be putting out parking in no parking area zones.
Okay.
It's being worked out right now with Government House for parking area up in the hospital ground area to provide parking. And that, I think one of the senators mentioned it also. Also, the Leonard Roberts Stadium as a possibility. But again, I can't speak specifically to that. That's being worked out with Sports Park and Recreations and other agencies. But it's in discussion, yes.
Okay, towing of vehicles. What is the process for towing of vehicles? People vehicles having to be towed, where would they be stored, and what's your process presently for addressing?
Okay, so that again, still under a work in progress.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are identifying areas that we would have for those vehicles that are towed for being parked illegally in the areas that we've already designated as no parking areas. And then we're putting a process in place for those individuals to know where to go to pay the fee and then have the vehicles, to pick up the vehicles after the village closes.
Okay, for Department of Licensing, individuals coming from off island to sell products and stuff.
1 minute.
What is the process for that licensing that they have to obtain for them to be allowed to do that?
Right, so good day, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Any individual seeking to participate in any business enterprise, any business within the U.S. Virgin Islands are supposed to be duly licensed. An off-island individual coming in to conduct business for the festival, for the carnival, would need to contact our office and verify. Now, what we realize, there are some individuals who are working directly with the Carnival Committee, and so we would get with the Carnival Committee and confirm what permissions they have been granting to individuals to participate. But basically, as a rule, anyone seeking to conduct business in the U.S. Virgin Islands should be licensed to do so.
Okay, good. And make sure that's advertised too for the public.
Time.
Two final wrap-ups to Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
Yes, in regards to one is homeless population. We have a homeless population. They're going to be out. They are citizens. They are humans also. Have we addressed from what is PD or getting with health and human service and everyone, how we intend to address the homeless population, the homeless population with respect and dignity, and also in regards to Juve Morning. At one point, there used to be a company when I was there that provided for rides for persons who've been out all night drinking, tired, rather than they having to drive home. Is that still in place? Or rides for individuals after Juve Morning, they're tired, that they could get a ride to their area, so try to safely get them home. So those two, homeless persons, are we addressing those individuals and the ride sharing for the Juve Morning? And you can answer on the chair time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
That'll be on your time. You asked for the additional time.
So we do acknowledge that we do have an issue with homelessness, and that again is under discussion. We have to look at considerations for those individuals, and again, discussion would be held with human services relative to that. So yes, Senator, it's on the board. It's something of discussion, something of definitive concern, especially being that we'll have masses around those individuals throughout the festivities. We have to look at it as a concern of ours. Yes, so it's been in consideration, sir. Yeah.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. With regards to the safe rides that has been done in the past, that was actually taken on by a sponsor here in the community, specifically Diageo. We can bring it up again to them. I know that in our conversation with them, it was not something that was on the table, but we can bring it up and see if it is something that they can help us facilitate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the Vice Chair, and thank you all for your line of questioning. Both you and the first speaker went to the parking restrictions and road closures, and I wanted to mention that there was a lack of that conversation in depth in the testimony. So can I allow the VIPD to elaborate a bit on parking restrictions and road closures? Tell us the dates that you expect to close the government parking lot, when you expect to allow parking on the waterfront apron, etc. And if your vehicles are towed, what's the plan?
Okay, so Senator, that's multiple agencies in question right there. So what for Public Works? Public Works can answer to the date of closure, and then I'll have the Deputy Chief address the parking restrictions.
Okay, and you do have the traffic representative here. Can you place your name on the record as well? We didn't get you to introduce yourself earlier. Media, can you recognize the mic where Senator Bolkes would usually sit? Your name, title, and department?
Dorlin Charles, Traffic Investigator, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Dorlin Charles, Traffic Investigator. Thank you. Because I've been hearing some other titles in traffic, but we'll discuss that another time. Thank you for being here. And we also have Sergeant Hoheb, who is the Carnival Coordinator, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said Public Works first and the road closures, or not road closure, but the closure of the parking lot.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Parking lot is scheduled to be closed on April 8th through May 6, 2024.
That's 4 days from now.
Yes.
So the alternate parking, is there anything else?
The waterfront apron, as we've done years past, and to a question that Senator DeGraff, we would cover the signs. We would cover the signs and in conjunction with VIPD.
And when you're saying cover the signs, you mean cover the no parking signs?
Yes, the no parking signs.
Where parking would
be allowed.
Then be temporarily allowed?
Yes.
Okay. Any collaboration with VA Port Police because they control the waterfront apron? Yes or no?
Yes.
So any collaboration with the VA Port Authority?
Yes, Senator. Again, these meetings have been very, very informative and collaborative in nature with all the agencies, all the stakeholders that are involved, to include Port Authority. So Port Authority is on board. They're aware of the closure of the parking lot, and the date and mentioned that the apron will be made available for parking.
I just want to be able to rest my head knowing that this is taking place. I know what's supposed to take place, but I want to make sure that it's taking place, especially since your ham came with just the bone. So I have to pick. I understand why you wouldn't want to reveal your entire operational plan, but the necessary information is what I want to get out to the public with regards to road closures. Again, you have some more road closures during parades, during what is it? What else? The Juve
parades.
Right. So tell us about that.
Boat race, yes. So again, I'll turn that over to Deputy Chief Brown and the traffic investigator to respond to that.
Good morning again, Deputy Chief Clayton Brown.
Good morning.
Okay. What you're asking for is a detailed report. Because we list street by street, time and time. So for us to sit here and to go through that whole list.
If you have to do that, that's what you have to do, Deputy Chief. That's what you're here.
All right, I'll turn it over to traffic.
We want the information to be passed on to the public. It's no good to you.
Okay, sir. I'll pass it over to our traffic person, Officer
Good morning.
Charles.
Dorlin Charles, traffic. During, for instance, the parades, we make sure that
So tell us those dates. We know it's Friday and Saturday, May what? 3rd and 4th?
I have Juve in front of me, so I'll start with Juve.
Okay, good.
The Juve is on Thursday, May 2nd, I think. The traffic bureau usually comes early so that we can set up our blockades. We block, for instance, from Pueblo sub-base, so that traffic that is eastbound is obligated to go on to Judy Gomez Highway, because the band starts at sub-base, so you don't want the traffic driving into the parade as they're coming up the road. And then alternately, we block all the side roads that leads onto Veterans Drive, from Frenchtown, from Harwood Highway, Judy Gomez Highway, from Princess Gata, go all the way up to the end of the parade. All those side roads are blocked. So traffic westbound must use...
Okay, tell you what, let's do it this way. So, for the Juve, which takes place before the Carnival Parade, what day is the Juve?
Thursday, July.
It's usually on the Thursday. I don't have the exact date.
Division of Festivals. Everybody should have had the schedule right in front of them. So what day is the Juve?
Good day, Senator. Ian Turnbull, Division of Festivals Director. Juve is May 2nd.
Okay.
And so the closures would...
Hold on. Let the police department tell us about the closures. So May 2nd.
So I did say May 2nd.
Right. So what's the time the roads will be closed? And which road?
From the road leading from eastbound from Bay Road. Bay Road is from Campine.
So the start of the Juve will be from Pueblo?
Yes, in that area. So that from that road, from Bay Road, coming up to Lucinda Millen will be blocked off.
Okay. So heading east.
Heading east.
That's what highway again? That's
Crombie Road, and then you're going to get onto Veterans Drive.
Veterans Drive.
And then from Veterans Drive, go all the way up to Liston the Millen.
Will be closed from what time?
1-8.
The Juve starts at what time?
Juve starts at 6.
So, Senator, so Juve on paper starts at 4 a.m. However,
Right.
that is for the Juve troops.
Right.
The road closure, we will have the road closure from no later than 2 a.m.
So this is why I want us to know ahead of time. So these is basic questions that should be able to roll off the tongue. Juve start is scheduled to start at 4 a.m. So we expect to close the roads at least an hour before, and it is expected to be finished by a certain time, and the roads will be fully open an hour thereafter. This is the type of plans that I expect to hear. These are the type of planning that I expect to see in an operational plan. And this is why I have to ask it, because you're not telling me. And I don't want it for me. I want it for the public, so that it minimizes any back and forth between the public and a law enforcement officer who is simply carrying out their duties and responsibilities.
So Senator, if I may, a lot of these specific plans are living documents, as we have our meetings consistently leading up until Carnival starts. So as they're living documents in nature, there are changes that occur on the fly. So I get you, I understand what you're saying, but the definitive, and once we lock down the definitive times, then those will be put out in the PSAs. But as of right now, some of those changes are being made still. Okay?
Man, you are military man or no? I don't expect these excuses. Let's go.
It's Carl Swagos.
Parade now is a Friday and Saturday. Parades, the children parade is scheduled to start at what time? And what time would the road closures be from?
10. 10 o'clock.
I can.
Yes, you could tell us the dates.
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. Parades on both days start at 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
May 3rd, Children's Parade. May 4th, Adults Parade.
Okay. So police, with a 10 a.m. parade start time, what time do you intend to shut off the affected roads? Which will mainly be Main Street. See, we should have this already. Okay, 7 a.m.?
No.
7, 8? What time?
With all due respect, the traffic commander that really heads that up is not here, so she's filling in kind of last minute. But 9 o'clock should be time to shut it out. An hour in advance should be perfect.
Okay. So approximately 8 o'clock, you're saying?
Generally.
Okay. And if there's any changes, by all means. I mean, things are subject to change.
The PSAs.
So we expect to hear the PSAs. What we don't want either is for vehicles to have to be towed, because we weren't told that the road is supposed to be closed by this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had my car parked there. You know, minimize these types of things. But we'll move on. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and special welcome to all of the distinguished gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen testifying. We give thanks and praises to the Most High and blessings to everyone. You know, Carnival Safety, and I do believe this is going to be a real big carnival. You know, even though I'm a born Savanero, my neighbor String is in Savanero. I grew up in Bovoni with Mr. Halva Hart Jr. here. And, you know, Carnival is always a special time for us Bovoni people, because, you know, the jam band think it was like 21 road marches. You know, I was going through the date, right, when Daddy Nick Friday died in 2005. So it's actually be 19 years now that the legend passed away. Yeah, you know, rest in peace, brother. So, you know, the police have outlined here the safety, the drones, the surveillance cameras. So I got a little lyric here for Nick Daddy Friday, you know. The rude boy youth them, they move in pack. But if a jailhouse you come from, them sending you go back. So, you know, we want a safe carnival. A safe carnival. I want to go to Roger Merritt, waste management. Because, you know, last year, right, the village cleanup. You mentioned here you have the 5 a.m. cleanup. You mentioned sweeping. But, you know, what happens in the village, and I want you to explain it, right? Oh, they spill some beer, you know, they probably get stomach upset, you know, they do the stuff. You know, you don't even want to mention urine, but you know, if you're drunk, that could happen. And it accumulates over 5 days. And I know for a fact last year, the village had a strong odor. So you mentioned sweeping, but I was trying to see if you plan to power wash and ting the whole parking lot. Tell me your plans for that.
Good afternoon. This is Roger Merritt, Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority. That's something that we have 3 to 6 contractors that actually help us out with the village and actually with all the carnival. So on a daily basis, we look at what has occurred that day or the day before, and you know they're able to assist us with certain things. So if that's something that we have to do, we will work with those contractors to make sure they assist us in keeping the village and keeping the whole entire event as clean as possible.
Well, Sir Popa, you didn't answer my question, you know, Roger. I want to know if you're going to power wash the village, the parking lot. You just mentioned sweeping. Are you going to put any kind of chemicals, sanitation to that parking lot, the floor? You're sweeping in enough, drinks spilling, and you know a bear there for 5 days, there's thousands of people going to be there. Last year, the village was not smelling good. So are you going to, if you need it, the people are here now, they could say, Public Works, we need a contractor go in and, you know, power wash the floor, just like how you do in the market on Saturdays. I think that you should do that in the village. Put some pressure washing water and have it smelling clean. Okay, that's just my suggestion. I wanted to go quick now here to licensing and consumer affairs, because you constantly get questions about the special permits, etc. The special permits, are they any different from the regular permit process? Do you have to go to Lieutenant Governor, blah, blah, blah? How do you address
Right,
those?
so we address the Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
1 minute.
We addressed that in our testimony to indicate our collaboration with the Virgin Islands Police Department. The special permit is a function of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and we indicate in conjunction with the VIPD that we will stand in support of their initiatives with regard to that. So when they issue that special permit, what we do is we request a copy of that so we're aware of the individuals, entities, and or businesses that are being permitted to execute those special permits. And VIPD would probably be better posed to explain in detail what that special permit allows. It's usually called a special alcohol permit.
Okay, good. And, you know, I wanted to also mention, you know, Bovoni, again, we also had Bovoni stables, hell broke loose and thing. We used to be winning all them Governor's Cups. So coming from Bovoni Carnival, you were winning everything. I think it was 21 road marches or 22, right? Yes. So,
Time.
No trouble. We want a safe carnival community. We want no trouble, a safe carnival. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And before we move to the Senate President, VA Police Department, what are the public safety plans for the upcoming races and the NADA area? And how many special permits have the department received thus far outside of the carnival activities that were outlined by the Division of Festivals?
Relative to the special permits, I don't have that number with me, Senator. I can produce that to the chair at a later time.
Okay.
Okay. As far as the safety and security of the track, that is being worked out currently with sports bars and recreations. As far as the traffic plan, we're working that also. Security personnel, we'll be bringing some additional resources from our sister district on St. Croix. In addition to VI National Guard also have pledged us additional support. So we'll be utilizing those additional resources for the heavy time frame within the carnival, which starts from Juve all the way down until the end of the adults parade.
Okay. You expect to do a separate operational plan for that event?
No, everything is in one big holistic plan, sir.
Okay. Although the carnival races is separate.
Yes.
From okay.
Yes, because we're using the same resources.
Okay. I'm not sure whether to refer to you as Senate President, former Commissioner, former Assistant Commissioner, former Territorial Chief, or Deputy Chief. But Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of the stakeholders that's here today for their testimony. Pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, colleagues, testifiers, and of course, I too want to join in wishing happy public health, happy assistant principal, as well as paraprofessional day. And thank you to the foreign language class that visited us this morning. So today we're having a very good discussion, and I wanted to just really quickly commend all of these stakeholders for the information that they have put forth. And I truly want to say, well, it briefs well, and all we can do is hope and pray, that we are able to carry out all of these initiatives, and we follow through on those things, and we're preparing to have contingency plan B, just to be able to back up the initial information that we have provided. I've had the opportunity to sit on that side of the table, and I know, during this time is a lot of anxiety that we have in our community, a lot of anxiety by the various government agencies because they want to do their best, during this time. So again, my prayers are with you. This morning we didn't talk a whole lot about the EMTs and their role, during the festival, and I'm hoping that I'm very concerned that we're seeing a level of a heat wave going through this community, and hydration will be very, very important. I wanted to ask Commissioner Encarnacion or Division of Festival, have there been any discussion in terms of how do we best prepare for hydration? Are there any discussion of possible having some misting machines, throughout the various routes and locations, again, to help to control some of the heat that we're experiencing?
I'll begin, Commissioner Encarnacion. We are going to be having our hydration station as we did last year. That was very successful. So look out for us. That's basically all we can say. But I can tell you where it was. Last year it was right next to the Carnival Village. We'll continue to have it in the same location.
Okay, I'll suggest that we try to get some additional setup if possible, because we have, the kind of numbers that I'm seeing and hearing about, I believe that there'll be some requirement for some additional stations as well, Commissioner.
We'll work on that, sir. Thank you.
Okay, as well as some misting machines. If we could get some air misting machines, I think that I see this, other locations that help to drive down the issue. In terms of trash, are we considering any trash compaction, maybe on site or location, again, to kind of control the amount of trash? Is that something that that is available to be able to compact in place some of the trash that we may experience as a result of all of the activities in that particular area?
This is Roger. This is Roger Merritt, Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority. We have our contractors that are there throughout the day, throughout each day's events. They can look at the bins, and if we need to have a backhoe to use to press those bins, we can. But for the most part, they're moving the bins as they get full. So I'm not sure if compaction is necessary, but if it's needed, that's something that we can provide.
Okay, I think compaction also helps so that they don't get airborne and be blown all over the place. So that's something that we should consider. Lighting. Oh, what about lighting? Division of Festival. Do we have a proper and adequate lighting? Are we in discussion with WAPA to make sure that the surrounding is properly lighted?
Have the Hart, Assistant Director of Festivals. Yes, we have adequate lighting. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority will start stringing lights in the downtown area next week. And we get the other lights from the VIPD, VITEMA, and Public Works to put out the big spotlights to put out around Emancipation Garden and along the much needed places.
Okay. Aesthetics, beautification. I think by now we should start to see some flags on Veterans Drive and throughout the locations leading up to the functional events areas to kind of highlight the fact that we're in this festive and carnival mood. I haven't seen those flags or anything for a number of years. Is that something that's being considered by the festival this time around?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. We actually have some teardrop flags that we've already put out. In the coming week, we're going to have the signage. I think we had a signage last year that spoke to Carnival on the promenade that will be placed, as well as we do have the pennant flags that everybody's accustomed to being shipped shortly, and we'll be here and put up for next week when the lights go up with WAPA.
Okay. VIPD, have you put in your request for other government agencies to support and assist? I mean, we should have all hands on deck during these festivities, and also to support and assist those law enforcement officers. Of course, will be stretched to the limits, and we should be able to give them some downtime. Have that request been put forth yet?
Assistant Commissioner Mary Brooks. Yes, Senator, those requests have already been made. As mentioned previously, we are actually in discussion with those additional resources. We'll also be importing some additional resources from our sister district of St. Croix to support the festivities.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up real quickly.
You may.
And in terms of food preparation, Commissioner Encarnacion, what are we doing to make sure that there's brochures and information coming out to those food handlers? I'm very concerned about the heat and making sure that we're, that in fact that there's proper hair netting, sanitation of the food, sanitizing of the locations, and all those type of things that's happening. How are we preparing our vendors and food preparers before and providing some guideline to them before the actual event? I see a lot of times where the enforcement officer will go out on the day of the event, but how do we offset by being prepared?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to refer that to Director Harris.
Good afternoon, Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. We actually shared our inspection checklist. It's a self-inspection checklist. We share it with the Division of Festivals and every vendor that actually comes in to the department for a permit. So they actually have a checklist to know what we're going to be looking for, so they can actually do their self-inspection prior to us coming out.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like we're ready for Carnival. So again, all we can do is hope and pray for the best during this time. And I'm sure that we'll have to, we'll do an after action at the appropriate time to revisit all of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we're getting there. We ain't there just yet. But so the Senate President knows exactly what to look for as well. And I must say that I dropped the ball and neglected to invite the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services here, because just thinking so fast, I was thinking that EMS was still under Department of Health, but they're under the Virgin Islands Fire Department now. However, I still expected to hear more collaboration, especially between the first responding agencies, talking about collaboration with each other and all the meetings that you all have been having and would be having going forward. Now, I specifically asked in the invite letters for Public Works and the Waste Management Authority to speak to not only the cleanup, but curbside pickup, trash removal, trash containerization, parking restrictions, and accommodations. So with the accommodation piece, my office, people are monitoring the hearing and asking what are the alternative sites for parking besides the waterfront apron area. And I did think I heard someone mentioning there being at least 2 different sites for parking. I think I did hear the ballpark, but I'm not sure which parking lot, whether they're talking about Lionel Roberts or down at Emile Griffith. So Public Works, can you give me some clarity on the accommodations for parking? Please recognize where Senator Donna Fred Gregory sits.
Mic check. Good afternoon again. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, we have, outside of the waterfront apron, we have been in discussion with Commissioner Gabriel with allowing Main Street to be used as an alternate parking location as well, in conjunction with Lionel Roberts Stadium.
With Commissioner Gabriel? So you're having conversation with yourself?
No, no, not with myself. So Commissioner Gabriel has had conversation with Division of Festivals and VIPD. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, so Main Street. So we're looking to allow parking on Main Street. And Sports Park and Rec, they have sent out a PSA allowing individuals to park in the Lionel Roberts Stadium for a fee. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really want to get into what the fee will be, but if you have it, you could
Yes.
say.
Yes, it's $15 per day, well, nightly, or you could purchase a package. I think the package is $125 for five days.
They're getting the glass clean too or something?
So they're providing security.
Okay.
Yeah, security.
Thank you. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senator Alma Francis Eiliga. Fix your face.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I have a few questions because by now we should be experts in holding Carnival. So I ain't even going to go down there, but it's a public safety conversation we're having here today, and I really want to say thank you to the chair for having this meeting. And I do agree with the price. We go to America and we do conform. Mm-hmm. We pay way more than that. We have to jump on a flight, $500 round trip, go in a hotel, get a rental car. And we spending mad money to hear some of the same artists we getting right here for free. Everything can't be for free in the Virgin Islands. So I agree with that. And as far as security, I'm a person, ever since I've come into this position, I understand the importance of security. You want to feel safe. And not every place is safe, and the police cannot be everywhere at the same time. So great idea. But my question is to VIPD as far as cameras. I know there is a camera system, but as far as additional resources, compared to last year, are you using additional resources for cameras?
Yes. Yes, Senator, Assistant Commissioner Mary Brooks again. The intent, as of right now, we have plans in motion to outfit the entire downtown Charlotte Tamale. I mentioned it in my testimony with our mobile surveillance camera system. As well, we'll have drone patrols throughout the carnival, and we'll have additional cameras posted in various areas across the downtown and in the carnival village.
And what about the Juve route?
Same thing.
Please focus on the Juve route.
Same thing.
I hate it when one individual feel like they could just spoil the fun for everybody. You know, individuals pay big money to come down here. Some people do not live here anymore. They save up their little life savings to come down here on vacation, to be with family and friends for one kunumunu to spoil it for everybody. So put cameras all throughout the Juve route. As far as the village issue, I'm not going to go there because I know you guys are supposed to be professionals. But as far as a bus to detain individuals, that's a regular thing for you all.
Yes, that's a regular process.
And I know in the Virgin Islands, you're innocent until proven guilty. We get it. It's different from the other islands. But I just want to make sure that do not hesitate to pull those individuals out, calm them down, and get them out of there quickly, because we know what's going on within the community. We cannot act as if we don't see the violence. And we don't want them to use that opportunity to spoil the fun, especially for Juve. So as you see that nonsense, please, I'm just asking for you and your team to just haul those individuals out and calm them down. Besides that, I really look forward to, of course, more lights, especially around this area. Just the legislature alone. I don't have to ask the Senate President, but this area is a high traffic area during Carnival, and it's sometimes very dark. And what we realize here, the legislature is used as parking for us. And then when we're coming out, we understand that they do have a police officer there, but the lighting is very poor, and individuals are crossing by that gate over there. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. So if Public Works can put up some additional lights between here and the stoplight right there, because it's a very lit area. Nowhere in America where there's a congressional building, you see lack of lighting. That's our security as well. So please look into that, Public Works. I don't know if you have the resources, but those lights. If you want to take them after Carnival, that's up to you, but we need lights. So as we speak about public safety issue, I just want to ask Public Works, can you make that happen? Media.
Okay. Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. We'll take it under advisement to look at our resources to see if we have enough lighting available.
This is the first branch of government. It should be lit. That's the response I want to hear. Whatever you have to do, I don't care what it is. Mm-hmm. Because when President Biden and those guys come down here, we find the resources. I do understand they have financial resources from the federal government, but we need to enhance the security specifically around the legislature, knowing it's right next to the village in a high-packed environment. I could tell you something. If something happened, a lot of people come here for safety. We can't manage everybody. But with proper lighting, it helps with the camera situation. Cameras work better than lights, right? So if you're going to have cameras all across here, we need lights. Otherwise, we're looking for the boogeyman. But I will leave it as that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. I just wanted to follow up with Mr. Merrick at Waste Management. The sweeping, right? Let's just say someone, kind of like have stomach problems and they spill something in the parking lot. How do you specifically address that particular instance? There's something on the floor of the parking lot. How are you going to clean that?
So this is Roger Merritt, the Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority. Usually we work in conjunction with Public Works for power cleaning. And so we have our contractors do the raking and the sweeping, but if we need assistance on power cleaning, then we work with Public Works.
Okay, so then Public Works, you have a beautiful system you do in the Market Square Friday night before the Saturday, fete. Are you going to do a similar thing in the village?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Yes, we normally work in conjunction as well with the VI Fire Department when needed, and they would come in and wash down the village.
Okay, good. So that's nice to know. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My first set of questions is to the police department in regards to safety. I just heard in regards to if you have incidences of people being drunk, you guys have the van, etc. Is there a situation where people are just temporarily detained for a safety measure? Like if somebody becomes unruly, or does every situation process to an arrest and they have to go to the police department?
Assistant Commissioner Mary Brooks again. Senator, every situation is different in nature. So it would the factors surrounding that detainment will determine whether an arrest is made or that individual is just detained until they become sober, whatever the case may be.
That's what I was trying to get to, because some people get intoxicated and
correct.
They're not acting like they normally would because it's the festive season. I wanted to know, of all the things that you guys deal with, what is your number one issue when it comes to public safety during the carnival season? Whether it's dealing with the traffic, you have couples fighting, one go out and the other one said, "What you doing here?" I've seen a lot of things over the carnival season that you might not normally see. What is your number one issue, and what are your plans to try to alleviate that?
Number one, I think you said concern first. So I would say the concern I would lean towards what the board chair mentioned initially of the situation that occurred on St. Croix, where we had basically a stampede in the carnival village. That is a major concern of ours. And to alleviate that, there was mention of having discussion with the Division of Festivals, those announcers, the MCs for the different shows, so we can actually maintain a level of calm by having them speak to the crowd intermittently throughout. If something occurs, this is our exit strategy.
Is that something you guys do with training or dealing with hosts? Because not everybody might have that skill. Is that something that the Carnival Committee, Division of Festivals, partner with the department to say, okay, these are the people that are going to be hosting this year? Do you guys train when it comes to crowd control?
Well, we train for crowd control situations. Division of Festivals have to...
What do you think it'd be important if that's where your field is and you're relying on hosts to do that? Would that be something you would see maybe you need to team up and tap in, because some of them might not be aware of how to do it?
Yes, that will require, Senator, a discussion with us and Division of Festivals and those specific hosts for those events.
Well, I would suggest that that's a conversation that you guys have to help alleviate your greatest concern. I want to talk to the health department. What are your current COVID numbers? And in regards to COVID, where are we as a community? Where do we stand right now?
I could get those numbers for you in a second, but in terms of COVID, what we do is we track hospitalizations. And as of this morning, we had 3 individuals in the emergency room who were questionable COVID, but we haven't had any positives that remain in the hospital for weeks or months, I could say.
I'm happy to hear that. And the reason why I brought that up is because this is a time where you're going to have thousands upon thousands of people coming out together, and it might only take 1 or 2 to trigger a whole nother situation. So that's why I wanted to see where we were from a health standpoint. Also,
1 minute.
Also from a health standpoint, I want to ask about food handling. Do you guys have people going out with the temperature checkers to check the food? Because I am trying to avoid food poisoning, to make sure that people are doing what they're supposed to do. And if there's a situation where a booth is found that people don't have their health cards, how is that handled?
I'll start, and then Director Harris will continue. Yes, of course, they do take the thermometers with them. And just to let you know, as well as the general public, we're starting a hotline for foodborne illnesses, and that press release is going to be going out today if it hasn't gone out already. That way, individuals would be able to report those. But we do have a protocol in place, and Director Harris will speak to that.
Okay.
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. So, in terms of the health cards, if we find individuals within those temporary food establishments without a health card, we remove them. We issue a citation, officer discretion. It could be warning, but we definitely will be enforcing it. We removing everyone out of that temporary food establishment. If they become repetitive, then of course we'll go and give them the fine.
Okay, Mr. Chair, could I just question and elaborate a little bit on
You may
this.
wrap up.
When you say you remove them, are you saying you remove the individual that is not without the health card, or how does that work?
We ask the person in charge to have the person remove. They need to vacate the temporary food establishment.
And you guys follow up to make sure it's done, etc.
Yes.
Okay, because that's, we're talking about safety, and a lot of times we think just about the practical things, but there's a lot of little nuances that happen when it comes to safety during carnival time. And, I've seen some situations around food and people's health, and that's very, very important as well. I know I'm out of time. I just want to ask one quick question. What is the theme this year? I don't know the theme. Mr. Turnbull?
Good day, Senator Alma Halliger Francis. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. The theme is Join Us on a Cultural Tour Like Never Before, St. Thomas Carnival 2024.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Catch me? Thank you. Next, before I recognize Senator Capehart. So, you did mention, media, I'm hearing like I'm not sure what's going on. Okay. Thanks. You did mention the alternative sites for parking. So these alternative sites, if it's at Lionel Roberts or if it's at Griffith Park, wherever, or if we're encouraging folks to carpool, is there a location that we're going to have a shuttle to and from the festival village?
Good morning, Senator Gittins. Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. No, we do not have a shuttle that is situated. I know the parking that Sports Parks and Recreations is hosting, to my knowledge, does not have a shuttling system. But as has been done in the past, people have parked at Emile Griffith or Hospital, and local taxis have opted to do shuttling on their own reconnaissance. So that is not something that we cover or we handle.
So can we do something that will be coordinated rather than any random taxi or gypsy or whoever just deciding to do this on their own? Is there anything that we can establish and put out there so that people could know that there is reputable transportation to and from the alternative parking to the festival village?
We'll take it under advisement.
All right, thanks. And I know, Mr. Merritt, you've been asked several times about wash down and clean down of the Carnival Village, but is there any conversations, Director Turnbull, with the Virgin Islands Fire Service to wash down the Carnival Village, whether it's every other night or whatever the case may be?
Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. So I know last year, I think they came once or twice and washed down the village. But I literally just tapped my good Assistant Commissioner here for his assistance in increasing the number of times that does happen. So yes, we will have a further discussion in increasing the times it happens in the village.
He has a fire truck?
No, but he coordinates that with fire. He does that in collaboration with them.
Okay, yeah. Just making sure. Senator Capehart, you're up for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. I'm not a member of this committee, but I thought it was very important that I attend this meeting. Security is one thing that I found out that is very, very important as we gather in our festival, carnivals, to celebrate. I'm very concerned after being part of that stampede in the St. Croix Festival. And because of that, I was paranoid. I never went back to the village. I was hurt. I had injuries to my hand. I had injuries to my back. It was a sibling that saved me from the stampede where individuals were just falling on top of me and I couldn't get up. There were so many injuries. I found out they were broken limbs. They were all kinds of injuries that when I went to seek medical attention at the urgent care, I discovered you're not the only one that got injured. It was a scary, scary event. People could have died that night. Thank God we didn't have any lives lost. So organizers of festival, committees, I want to make sure that you communicate even with the performers, security personnel, to prevent any dangerous situation from happening again. And I just wanted to know, is the police department even trained and equipped to manage stampedes? Assistant Commissioner Brooks, I just have to say VIPD did an excellent job, but I don't think anyone thought that because of allegedly a table is what fell, that everyone thought it was a gunshot. And I'm telling you, by the time you look up, it was just too fast for you to even move. So how is St. Thomas preparing for crowd control to prevent a stampede that may occur, can occur? Because when I went to St. Thomas Carnival last year, I felt like a sardine in a can. It was packed, and thank God there were no incidents with stampedes. So my question to VIPD, based on what happened on St. Croix, how are you prepared in the event that there is a stampede?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you,
Senator. Assistant Commissioner Mary Brooks. I think that question actually was posed to me a little earlier from, I think, Senator Heiliger relative to what is the worst possible scenario that we could fathom in the Carnival Village, and that was my response. A situation similar to what occurred on St. Croix. So we have to look at that holistically, right? Because even if we had 100 officers to put inside of the Carnival Village, it'd be quite difficult to manage that level of capacity of individuals inside of the Carnival Village. So we need support from the announcers. We'll need aerial support. We'll have cameras throughout the Carnival Village. We'll have officers in certain areas, and Division of Festivals have made it. They will continue to do it because we discussed it in the meeting to identify the exit areas in the Carnival Village for the individuals, and they will be putting out safety announcements in conjunction with us, of course. If there's a situation, please proceed to this exit in an orderly manner. I know we come from a community. If you see one person running, everybody running. That's just the bottom line. That's how we are in the territory. And I know it doesn't matter how much PSAs we put out. When we see somebody running, we ain't asking no question, we running too. That's just the bottom line. So we're going to try our best to meet that mandate and just put out as much PSAs as possible. The officers will be stationed in specific areas to assist with crowd control. We continue to have crowd control training, especially when it comes to Juve. We know that's a mass that we talking multitudes of people are coming up waterfront. So the officers trained for that, how to handle, how to move through the crowds and so forth. So the training on the VIPD side is consistent. We will manage that. But it's a holistic issue that will have to come from everyone involved, to include the public, because they themselves, we as a community have to acknowledge that if everyone is running, the likelihood of somebody getting trampled is really high. So we have to also take into consideration, if we move in groups, we stay together in groups. We cannot be separated and then in that mass looking for this person, that person, the other person. All that adds to the confusion. So it's a community concern that we as a community holistically have to look at, but VIPD will do our part in conjunction with the other agencies.
Time.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if I may conclude.
You sure may, because yes, you sure may.
And I'm glad to hear that, Assistant Commissioner Brooks, because as I said, that experience was a traumatic experience. But I think, as you mentioned, these personnel that would make announcement, I think it's very important because a performer could be performing at that time, and I think even that performer who has the mic should be able to direct the crowd or tell the crowd as to what to do at that time. So I think that would be very helpful. Mr. Chair, thank you for having this meeting, because it is important as we get ready to celebrate the St. Thomas Carnival that we make sure that we have a safe and healthy carnival. And also, this is very important that we start thinking about permanent homes for our villages because of health concerns, running water and these things. It's very important as we're selling food that we think about these things. Is very important in having a village. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Capehart. We could chuckle now, but that was a real serious situation, and I know that you were a bit shaken for quite some time. I thought you got over it, but it obviously still fresh on her mind. So I'm hopeful that, again, that party goers, just be mindful, pay attention to your surrounding, and know how to act and proceed accordingly. Now, Division of Festivals, between you and the VIPD, I'm asking you all to be a little creative in some short PSAs that you could also play in the village in between bands changing and whatnot, especially for people with small children, that allow them to run up and down the place, and next thing you know, you got lost children, etc., as to where they should go. And anything else that comes to your mind that you want the public to be aware of. So a little short PSA, some music in the background or something that you could play in between the change of the bands. Now, Department of Health Enforcement Director and DLCA Enforcement Director, do you all do your own respective operational plans for these types of events, starting with Department of Health?
Yes.
Put the responding agency so that the recorder could know.
Wanson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Yes, Senator.
Okay. DLCA's mic over here, please.
Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We have not in the past, but we will prepare one.
Okay, please do. And make sure that your operational plans are shared with the Virgin Islands Police Department as well. So it could be incorporated with theirs. Now, on page 2, I'll recognize you as soon as I ask a couple of questions. On page 2, Department of Health, lines 16 through 21, You spoke about maintaining partnership with Division of Festivals. What type of environmental surveillance is done during these activities that you're referring to there?
Winston Harris, Director for Environmental Health. The environmental surveillance, pretty much information that we gather, it could be suspected food safety.
Yeah, how is the surveillance being done?
Through our database health space and reporting system.
Meaning through physical inspection, you have drones, I mean...
No, we do physical inspections. But to address what you're talking about, Senator, it's done mostly by...
physical inspection.
Physical inspections, yeah.
That's fine. And who are you meeting with on a weekly basis, 90 days prior to these events?
Winston Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Meeting with the Division of Festivals.
Any meetings, coordinated meetings, or let me put it this way, does this include the other agencies as well, or just Division of Festivals?
It's a joint meeting with other agencies, Senator.
And on page 3, you also indicated that you convened with all vendors. I'm assuming you, you stated that you convened with all vendors. So I'm assuming that you convened a meeting to discuss requirements. Where and when was these meetings held? Or this meeting held on April 3rd, which was just yesterday?
Yes, Senator. So the meeting was scheduled yesterday, April 3rd. However, we move it for Monday at the parking lot.
So, where is this being announced?
It's announced through Division of Festival to the vendors.
So, okay. Division of Festivals, is this information getting out so that we could make sure that all vendors are, or most of them at least, are in attendance?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Ian Turnbull, Director for Division of Festivals. What we do is we reach out to them via email and via phone and contact them and make them aware of the date and the place of where we're hosting that. We don't post that out in the mass public. We just send it out directly to the community, but we can enhance and send on Facebook as well.
Yeah, because you know what's going to happen? We're going to have other itinerant vendors out there doing things, or people who don't even have a permit doing things, and we want everybody to have this information. How many booth owners, or how many booths do we expect in the village this year?
We're expecting about 31, 32.
We're expecting about 31, 32. What we have to date?
Today is the 4th, and today is the payday. So until I have all of them paid, I can't say.
Okay, so
with certainty, but the number is standing at 32.
How many do you have confirmed already?
All of those 32 have been confirmed, but not everybody has paid.
So how many people paid, in other words?
I don't have that. I don't have that information.
Okay. Department of Health, do you know how many vendors have applied for special permitting thus far?
0. That's because we get our listing from Division of Festival, and then once we receive the listing, that's when they start to come in.
Division of Festival, when do you intend to get this listing to Department of Health and to the VIPD?
As soon as we complete, Ian Turnbull, the Director for Division of Festival, as soon as we complete, again, receiving payments, which should happen by the end of this week, tomorrow, then we'll be able to forward that list to all of the prospective agencies.
So by Wednesday next week?
The latest.
What's the timeline for obtaining a health permit, the Department of Health? And what are the requirements?
Winston Harris, you surrounding just the carnival, or?
Yes.
So what happens is that we get a listing from
Okay, so
Division of Festival.
slow down. Is there a cutoff timeline for anyone to obtain a special permit regarding upcoming carnival festivities?
Yes, after receiving a listing 72 hours prior to that activity. That gave us enough time to vet the permit and have it signed by the commissioner.
So that's important to know for vendors. 72 hours prior to any event.
Yes, sir. The cost is $75 for 1 day, and 2 or more days, $200.
Okay, and 2 or more days, $200?
Yes, Senator.
You know that ain't matting with me, right? Because if I just want 2 days, then you're charging me $200? 75 and 75 is how much? 150 exactly. So if I get 2 days, I gotta pay 200? You just mean more than 2 days will be
More than 2 days.
Okay. That's why I say ain't matting with me.
Yeah, more than what's in my notes.
One
More
of the
than
best
2
in the
days.
math, but you ain't gonna take my money from me, that's for sure. And the requirements for obtaining a health permit or even a food handler's card.
Watson Harris. I'll start with the food handler's card. Traditionally, bring in a negative stool sample and $30. We give you the health card for 1 year. Or if you present that Serve Safe certificate, which is good for a period of 3 years, 3 to 5 years, based on the level of training in Serve Safe, your health card will expire 3 to 5 years.
And everyone serving in a booth, serving behind a table for food fair or whatever, everyone required to have a food handler's card at least?
Yes, everyone in a temporary food establishment needs to have that food handler's card, even if you're just the cashier.
Okay, and line 11, I think it was you spoke to just like food vendors, but this includes anyone selling drinks as well, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And lastly, in the commissioner's statement on page 4, you stated that vendors can submit lab results at Janice Moorhead Yard and St. Thomas. Where's John Moorhead Yard and St. Thomas?
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. Wrong the field.
Okay. Thank you. You might have had somebody going all the way to looking for John Moorhead. Yeah. Okay. And that's the old hospital yard up in the round the field area, correct? Speaking to the mic.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Colleagues will take a point of information, Senate Minority Leader DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to the question you asked about the operational plans for the 2 other departments, VIPD has a format already, so I guess if you could get together with VIPD and they could show you the format so you don't have a different format and then things don't jive. And in in regards to that point information, licensing, would have liked to give a comment in regards to what you asked, but you had moved on in regards to it. So I don't know if you wanted him, it wasn't a point of inquiry.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. That's a new DLC as spokesman.
No.
You afraid to speak up?
Not at all, sir.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't being out of turn. Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Just to be able to add some clarity to your question, in the past, typically whenever we turn over our officers to support VIPD, we give them with open support. We turn them over and they do as they must with them, however they choose to. We have received some information that would otherwise cause us to have to address some in-house matters, and that's the need for us having to be able to create an operational plan this time, because we'll be doing things slightly different than just turning them over to VIPD to be at their full disposal.
Okay, I understand that, and I wouldn't ask you whether or not you're turning over, but I mean, I could say nowadays whenever we did the operational plans, and I would have been the one mostly responsible for doing that, what we would actually do is those supporting LEO agencies with a specific function, while they're working under our umbrella, we will still have them working what they would have normally done. So for health, they would have been doing the health inspections. DLCA, of course, you would have been assisting us with the licensure and permitting and making sure that everyone has their requisite documents, and any other agency that comes on with us. But thank you for that. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you. Just, excuse me, just some safety questions.
No,
for the
a point of information.
Yeah, point of information for the Juve. The spray painting, is that allowed? Because you know the spray paint the road, is that allowed? Is that a fine for spray painting? And then also, you know, a couple Juves, you used to have the transport van. Those who misbehave, they get a free ride up. The transport van going to still be there?
So through the chair, so we would assume that the transport van question is to VIPD. Who are you asking the spray paint question to?
Yeah. AC Brooks. Spray paint and the transport van.
Assistant Commissioner Brooks said spray paint, I'm not aware of any spray paint. I know they throw powder, colored powder.
Yeah, the colored powder.
That is Division of Festivals Day and those specific Juve troops. That's a part of their package. They do that. It's from my understanding. I'll let Director Turnbull speak more to the content of those powders and so forth. But relative to the paddy wagon, yes, we do have several vehicles that we have identified throughout the Juve that will be utilized to transport violators.
Great. Also, one other.
Thank you. No, that was in a line of questioning. Point of information. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The committee will take a quick 4-minute recess, and then we'll come back and wrap it up with the last round. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, April 4th, 2024 is back on record. So we heard testimony from the 6 agencies before us. We had the first round. Now we will just wrap up the second round and conclude the day. We'll do a 3-minute round starting with Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. What they say, if you hear something or if you see something, say something. We're in a multi-language, bilingual. We got about 100 different languages here in the territory. How are we putting out the information besides English to make sure we get maximum compliance and maximum safety for everyone? VIPD, health, licensing, Public Works, and the Carnival Committee, to each of you, how we put that information out.
Okay, so Senator, Assistant Commissioner Brooks, Virginia Police Department. So we're doing a holistic media campaign that will include for our Spanish-speaking community members. I'm not sure there was dialogue relative to Creole, but that's something we definitely will put on we'll make note of and ensure that occurs relative to getting those PSAs out to ensure that everyone in our community, at least we can touch as much of our community in the different languages as possible.
Okay, so with licensing, health, the Carnival Committee is the same for you, or do you have existing advertisements right now that speak different, that is put out in different languages?
The Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner. Whenever we put out our announcements, we usually have them in at least English and Spanish. Okay. And it is our intention, if we have to do some other translations in French or Creole, that we may have to seek that method, but we have not traditionally done so.
Okay. And health?
Wanson Harris from Department of Health and Environmental Health. So we actually just put out a press release surrounding food safety. Monday we're going to hit the radio station to record the commercial in food safety. It's going to be recorded in English, of course, Spanish, and French Creole.
Okay, great.
1 minute.
And also for the Carnival Committee, information, the lineup and everything is put out in several languages?
Halvahad, Assistant Director, Division Festival. No, it's not, but we'll take it on an advisement and go back and see if we can get it translated into Spanish and Creole.
Okay. And for me, one of the most important things are during Carnival, these particular agencies that are here are looking out for thousands of people. And like I say, you've done a great job. What is in place for parade day, where is that long day, fair day and stuff, where the agencies have to work long hours, the employees may not have a lunch break, may not have issues with bathroom. If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
With restroom breaks and everything. Is there food and different things, a process in place for your employees on the days of those events where they stretch these long hours? VIPD licensing, just go down the line. Start with VIPD.
Yes, Senator. Virginia Police Department, Assistant Commissioner Brooks again. Our focus mainly, because during those specific village nights, the proximity of the police station to the village really alleviates that major concern for us for things like bathroom breaks and the thing of the likes. But things, Juve, parades and so forth, yes, we have resources in place to support our officers while they're conducting their duties.
Okay, would that cover all these other agencies attached to you?
Yes, correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Waste management. You mentioned 64-gallon carts for each booth. Can you elaborate on that, what you were talking about? please? Are you talking about the number 64 of gallon carts or 64-gallon carts? I mean,
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Give us some clarity there, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. This is Roger Merritt, the Director for Waste Management. So that's just the size of the cart. So a 64-gallon cart.
Okay. And that would be that's for each booth.
Correct.
And the oil disposal, can you elaborate a bit on that?
So as I mentioned, we do so there's a 1,200-gallon igloo. So it looks just like it's just a bigger, just imagine it being a bigger cart. And so at the end of the day, we have a vendor who disposes of used oil. So he'll come pick that material up, and then he'll dispose of it, properly. He has the permit to be able to do that.
Okay. And I want us to, although I'd like to, I wish that this incident didn't occur, but it's like in my mind all the time. So we got to be mindful of the unfortunate incident that occurred last Carnival with, I believe it was a DPW employee that got killed. So is there any collaboration with your law enforcement entity along with Department of Public Works that they'll be covered out there while doing whatever special duties, if they may have to give persons instructions to remove their vehicles, etc.?
This is Roger Merritt, Executive Director for the Waste Management Authority. Yeah, so we have enforcement officers here on St. Thomas. We also are bringing some additional enforcement officers over from St. Croix, along with our Director of Enforcement, Anderson Polian, or Polian Anderson. And then I'll also be working with VIPD just to make sure an incident like that, to try and do as much as possible to prevent an incident like that from occurring again.
Right. Now, all law enforcement officers, and of course, with the exception of those that might be doing covert or undercover initiatives and whatnot, all law enforcement officers needs to be properly attired and identified as law enforcement officers so that we could minimize any confrontation of individuals saying, I didn't know he or she was an officer. So I'm hopeful and prayerful that our officers will be in uniforms and not a bunch of T-shirt and 511 pants or jeans pants. We need to be uniformed, properly uniformed and outfitted so that people can identify our law enforcement officers. And a couple concerns that came in from some booth owners as well is the lighting in the back of the booths, especially on the side towards the restroom and credit union. It's dark in certain areas and a lot of smoking of illegal substance. So we're asking for either proper lighting or frequent patrols in these areas so that we could minimize any illegal activity in those areas. So as you're addressing your surveillance and whatnot and putting up your cameras, please keep in mind this particular area. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, Public Works AC Jennings, you mentioned that you only received $300,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund. I know Public Works is doing a lot of stuff. Is there any particular reason why you're bringing that to the legislative attention? Do you need us to act on it? Why did you mention that?
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Great question, Senator. It's just for awareness, especially for the community, that we have limited resources. We could always use more for further improvements. But that's what we work with for the territory wide. It's 300,000 for the territory. Department of Public Works.
Okay. And Roger, does does Waste Management receive any supplemental funding for the stuff that you're doing?
Good afternoon. This is Roger Meredith, Executive Director, Waste Management Authority. I was just about to say, we get approximately 300,000, but that's that's for all three carnivals and any other events throughout the year. So, if you're asking if we need some additional funding, then the answer is yes.
Well, no, I wasn't, but I think within the tourism revolving funds, you guys could work it out between yourself. Okay, real quickly, the prices of drinks and food, right, for the carnival and for the food fair, are any price regulations involved? I had a juice last carnival, I think it was like $13 for the juice, Can't remember all the ingredients, but I know it was juice. Is there any price regulations for what we're selling?
I think they were trying to prevent you from getting
1 minute.
diabetes.
No price regulations, so they can charge what they want. Okay, real quickly.
Wait. Who's responding to it? You getting a response?
Can you hold my time, Mr. Chair?
No. Who are you referring the question to?
I was asking environmental health. Yes.
Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health. That's for DLCA to
Okay.
answer.
It's a very good question, Senator. The $13 juice usually is a captive audience, and I'm telling you that marketing is a serious thing. Huh? I would say that currently there is none, no particular regulation of that. But I'm saying shop around the booths and see which one has the best juice. Maybe that $13 juice was a special, and that they offer. So presently, no particular regulation, Senator.
Okay. Thank you.
Time.
Real quickly, Mr. Chair, can I wrap up, please?
As long as it's not a $13 question.
Okay, real important. I know last carnival, actually Popa Kelly, the village was named after Popa Kelly. But this carnival, I don't know who it's named after, and also what's the theme, and when is the date for the Queen shows?
Albert Hart, Assistant Director, Division of Festival. Then the village is named this year after Malbrown Gums. And the Queen's Show is on April 20th. The Princess Show is on April 13th, and the following weekend is the Queen's Show on April 20th at the UVI Sports and Fitness Center.
And the theme for the carnival?
I don't have it in my head.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
You know you'd, I guess, at home for that one, right? You in charge of this district. So some of the questions that's been asked. I know that $13 juice would have definitely been for me not to get diabetes, because I'd have stayed away from it. But what about, how are we going to address vendors, the sale of alcohol to minors? Are we vigilant on this? And what do you have to say about any vendor selling alcohol beverages to minors?
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. That is a huge concern of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and I know of the Carnival Committee coordinators and organizers have been in conversation with our team surrounding this. Title 14 mandates that it's up to a $4,000 penalty for these types of violation, and so we want to take this opportunity to say to the listening audience and listening public that, if you are authorized to sell alcohol, you must do so in accordance with that agreement, that you cannot sell alcohol to minors. We will be meeting with the Carnival Committee and others that's involved in this process to ensure that the penalty, not just the citation, but are firm with regard to people found in violation. Our troops, our officers, and our team will be on the ground to render support along those lines.
Thank you for that response, but I wanted it to be a little more aggressive because we don't want no alcohol being served to our minors. But you know, when people collecting money, they don't look at faces, they're just looking at the money. But nobody should be selling alcohol to our minors. And if that is the case, I want to hear that extreme measures are going to be taken to shut it down and even possibly an arrest. Because I want it to be clear from all our respective agencies to make it clear to these vendors that there will be no sale of alcohol to minors. That said, Division of Festivals, do you intend to have a meeting prior to the start of the carnival activities with vendors that have registered with you and booth owners, along with the respective law enforcement entities that you have here?
Harvard Division of Festival Assistant Director. Yes, Senator. We have made meetings with the booth owners, we have meetings with the fair vendors, and we also have meetings with the boat race and juvenile vendors. And we also, in those meetings, we have Licensed and Consumer, Department of Health, Fire Department to address all those concerns that are needed for the vending.
So you're saying you've been having those meetings prior?
We'll have a final meeting prior to them activating their booths and before the food fair and everything.
When is that meeting?
The meeting for the food fair will be scheduled for later on next week, and the booths meeting will be scheduled for...
Assistant Director, man, when I ask a question, I like a direct answer. Oh, tell me when, next week. Next week when? I want people to know, do you have a date and time and location for this meeting?
The booth meeting will be in the village or the Fort Christian parking lot on Monday at 5:30.
That's Monday coming?
That's Monday coming.
Okay. So Monday coming is the 8th?
Is the 8th. Food fair meeting has gotten pushed back because Miss Washington is also at Sea Trade, so we had to push back that meeting until she comes back. So we'll have that scheduled for the end of the week. I'll have that information by weekend on her return date, so I can reschedule that meeting.
Thank you. Senator Alma Francis Eliga, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, once again, to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. This question has to go to the Division of Festivals. When it comes to posting of, is it a requirement to post the signs from the booths to say, hey, this is our price list of items, so that people coming to purchase items would not be surprised as to what items cost? As well, is it also a requirement for them to post up a note to say no selling of alcohol to people under 18? Are those type of things that they have to post, whether it's your office would know it or the police department would be aware? Oh, licensing? Go ahead.
All right, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The alcohol unit has been contacting regularly. We contact businesses that are appropriately licensed, and within the carnival, it is our intent to connect with the booth owners and make sure that they have the Be 18 or Be Gone signs. It's a sign that is posted up, that should be posted in every booth that is dispensing alcohol.
Okay, so that's something you're planning to get done?
No, there is a sign that is mandatory that they have, and so at the meeting that we'll be attending, we will make sure that all booth owners have that.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. Another thing that I noticed with Carnival, there's a lot of activities happen outside of the Carnival, on the outskirts. And sometimes those issues flow into the carnival and then cause problems. How does the police department, from a safety standpoint, deal with the outer perimeters?
1 minute.
So, Assistant Commissioner Maria Brooks, Vernal Police Department. So part of the operational plan includes the deployment of the manpower throughout the carnival festivities. So we will not only be focused on the carnival village, but we'll also have surveillance cameras, we'll have drone patrols, as I mentioned previously, and we'll have officers stationed in various areas, as well as foot patrols through those specifically areas. I know the areas you're speaking of.
Yeah.
And we'll have foot patrols in those areas as well.
Good, good.
Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. I heard a conversation earlier about parking in Lionel Roberts and charging a fee. Is there going to be added security in regards to mass cars parking there? Are you going to be setting up video cameras? Are you going to be acquiring insurance? Because for people, because if you have maybe hundreds of cars, somebody hits somebody's car, how do you deal with all of that from a safety standpoint?
Time.
Assistant Commissioner Brooks, VAPD, in conjunction with the entire program, as I mentioned, surveillance, holistically, we are covering that area as well with our security cameras, as well as we'll have officers conducting mobile and foot patrols specifically up in those areas. Our main area of concern, of course, is we know there will be personnel based on our public works when we identify those areas that are allowed for parking. We know that traditionally, for many years, we've had issues with individuals breaking into persons' cars. So we'll have foot patrols, as mentioned before. We'll have patrols. We're including a lot of the lightings. We're improving through Public Works and WAPA, improving a lot of the lighting in those areas, and as well as our surveillance cameras.
So, for example, there will be, say, security stationed
Yes.
at these areas where cars are congregating in large.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
That's what I wanted to know. Because I want to make sure safety across the board from so many different aspects we have to touch on. But I did hear my time. I do appreciate you guys coming and sharing all these health and safety tips. Let me ask, could I ask one final question? I wanted to ask a little bit more about public education, because I hear about some PSAs going out about food and stuff like that. And is it something that's being discussed to maybe start publicly educating across the board for many different things, like running an ad about what is the proper procedure to avoid a stampede, run an ad about what do you do if your child gets lost? You understand what, like, because these are the things either parents or children would listen to, and it would help potentially prevent a lot of issues if we start putting the information out weeks in advance leading up to Carnival, so that they would know, well, okay, this is what I should do if I find a lost child. Or, you understand what I'm saying? Are any of these part of your public education plans outside of the basic that we've heard throughout Carnival all the years?
Senator, Assistant Commissioner Brooks again, Virginia Police Department. So one of the things that was mentioned previously by one of my co-testifiers today was the intermittent messaging that will be occurring during the carnival events while in the village, speaking about if there's a mass exodus out of the village, the directions to go if you're missing your child. These things have occurred in the past.
I understand about doing it during the festival. I'm talking about sharing information prior to, so the knowledge and information is already embedded in people's heads.
Yes, so we have some PSAs already in rotation at the different radio stations. We'll continue doing that to include our social media sites.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate the additional time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And for the Assistant Director, join us on a cultural tour like never before, St. Thomas Carnival 2024. That sound familiar? Okay, I think that's what it is. The any fire inspections intend to be taking place prior to, during, and during the festivities? Halva Hartz, Mike, please.
Yes. Halva Hart, Assistant Director, Division of Festivals. Yes, fire inspections are done for the food fair, and fire inspections are done prior to the booths opening, and fire service usually pass through the village unexpectedly throughout the week to make sure that everything is still going the way it's supposed to be.
Okay, and our cooking will be done indoor, no cooking outdoors?
All cooking will be done indoors.
Okay. And we've been, my staff, getting some information. I wonder, when is the Juve troop meetings? You have a meeting for...
The application for Juve troops is coming out on Monday, and we should have those filled out, I would say, no later than by Wednesday, Thursday. And then we'll schedule a Juve troop meeting shortly after that.
So these applications you're saying are going to be out on Monday, April 8th?
Yes.
And then immediately thereafter...
We'll have a meeting.
By the
end of the week, by the Friday, we should have a meeting.
So by the end of that week will be the 12th?
Yes.
Okay, so you think you'll have that meeting in the week, in that week of the 12th, or the following week?
We'll have the meeting by the 12th.
Okay, so hopefully they're listening. Applications for the Juve troop will be out by Monday, April 8th. That's Monday coming, and the meeting will be held or scheduled within the same week. And again, about the sale of alcohol to minors, how extreme are we? If we get multiple reports of a particular vendor or booths selling alcohol to minors, Coordinator Hoheb, how are we going to handle that? Testifiers table.
Sergeant Hoeb, VAPD, Carnival Coordinator. Well, you know, for us, it will be an automatic arrest, but we also need, again, and I'm glad they said it today, the assistance from licensing to shut them down and give them the fines, because it is illegal.
Right. Although I don't think that we need licensing to be right there either, especially if we observe it. I don't expect for any of the agencies to just go by word of mouth, but once we get the reports and if we stand off and we see it for ourselves, that you would take that those drastic and immediate actions. We haven't seen one booth closed down for that yet, but yet still we know that we've seen minors drunk and about the place, especially Juve morning. Director Francis, you had something? DLCA? Please recognize Director Francis.
Good afternoon, Wilbur Francis, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. I guess this is a good forum. We had intended to post some PSAs regarding the sale and service of alcohol to minors, but we can't start here. We will be launching a program and we'll have minors in the village and throughout the carnival season attempting to buy any alcohol. In the event that you are caught, you will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. So there is that, this is that first time that we're mentioning it, but there are PSAs that will follow. And we've already begun communication with Department of Health and just working out the logistics of things and everything else of that sort. So
those minors getting a stipend?
Yes, they are. As part of, through regular program with Department of Health once more, tobacco and alcohol initiatives, they do have stipends available for those minors and or the individuals who accompany them. So that program will be rolled out during this carnival season as well.
Thank you. So you're on notice that there will be attempts to purchase these items by minors who will be monitored by our enforcement agencies, and if you are caught, you will pay the price. Department of Health and Environmental Enforcement.
Good afternoon.
Testifiers table, and please speak directly into the mic so that
testing 1 2.
So that the stenographer can hear.
Good afternoon, Winston Harris, Director, Environmental Health Enforcement. So we're actually working with our behavioral health team who and alcohol and drug substance abuse team through with DSCA and the program. And we're being very transparent with it. We're going to have minors there, not only in the Carnival Village, but also grocery stores, restaurants, bars, throughout the Carnival activities. And if we witness the sale of the alcohol or tobacco to that minor, you will be closed down immediately from DOH and most likely be arrested.
Thank you. And we want to be clear on this because we don't want people to act like they don't know. All right? So I want to thank all of you for your testimony and your responses here today. And we pray for a safe and healthy carnival season. Yesterday we had a robust conversation about diabetes. So we need to be careful of our intake and stay away from the $13 juices. But at this time, I will allow for a closeout, and I will start with I'll start from the bottom up this time. We'll go from waste management to public works. Just to give your closing comments, 30 seconds.
This is Director Merrick with Waste Management. Thank you for allowing us to allow me to have the time to discuss the Waste Management Authority's role in this year's Carnival on St. Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ruben Jennings, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Public Works. Thank you, Chair Gittins and the Committee of Homeland Security. Department of Public Works stands ready, willing, and able to assist as the call is made. And I also want to thank the men and women of the Department of Public Works and wishing a very safe and happy festive season to everyone.
Thank you. And again, let's keep our brother in mind, Alric Thomas, who lost his life senselessly while working last Carnival. We were just ending the good Carnival season when this senseless act occurred. So I'm asking all that we just keep him in our thoughts and the family in our prayers. Department of Health, followed by Licensing and Consumer.
Winston Harris, just want to say thank you and wishing everyone a happy Public Health Week. I also want to give the numbers to the listening audience to report food safety concerns during the Carnival. The number is 340-725-5389. That's 340-725-5389 or 340-774-7477, extension 5647. That's 340-774-7477, extension 5647. The hotline is open Monday through Friday between 8:30 and 5 p.m. If you call after those hours, leave a message. We'll get back to you. The food safety hotline should not be used for medical emergencies. If you fall ill and suspect it may be food related, immediately seek care of a healthcare provider or go to the emergency room. They will report it to the Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Licensing and Consumer.
Certainly. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And in closing, I want to be able to take a moment to celebrate the dedicated men and women of the Virgin Islands Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Our team has been working tirelessly behind the scenes as we prepare for this Carnival season, and trusting that it will be an enjoyable experience for all. And certainly we would not be able to do this work, important work, without the support and oversight of this esteemed committee. And so we thank Senator Gittins and the entire committee for providing the opportunity to report our preparation. And with your continued partnership, we ensure that the 2024 St. Thomas Carnival upholds the very best of the Virgin Islands heritage and hospitality. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. The Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you, Senator. Again, good afternoon to the community of the United States Virgin Islands. Thank you, Senator Gittins and the Committee for Homeland Security for the opportunity to come here to have this hearty discussion. We'd like to reassure the community that Virgin Islands Police Department is here. We're going to do our part, as we always have, to ensure the public that there's public safety throughout the Carnival festivities. On behalf of Commissioner Ray Martinez, myself and the rest of the leadership team of the Virgin Islands Police Department, we would like to thank you for the amazing job that you do, officers, on a day-to-day basis. It's a thankless job, but guess what? Our thanks are at the end of the day when we know we have provided safety and security for our community. So we look forward to the Carnival. And the last thing I'd like to say to you all is, if you see something, say something. It's not just a cliche statement. We mean it. If you see something, please let us know so we can address it. Thank you and have a good day.
Thank you. And the Division of Festivals.
Halva Hart, Assistant Director, Division of Festivals. We'd like to say thank you for a productive meeting, Senator Gittins, coming from the Commissioner Bushelton, Department of Tourism, with all the stakeholders that helps us to put on a clean and productive, safe carnival and festivals throughout the territory.
Thank you. Again, our concern is safety and security for this year's festivities, and we're asking everyone to be safe. Again, Carnival this year runs, it appears, from about Saturday, April 13th, commencing with the Prince and Princess show, onto the Queen show on Saturday, April 20th. There's a hospital show on April 22nd, the Toddlers Derby on April 26th, the Calypso Monarch Saturday, April 27th, the boat race being Sunday, April 28th. We know how that waterfront gets, so we're asking motorists as well to be vigilant. The Panorama is Sunday, April 28th, the Village opening night, and Quelbet Tramp is Monday, April 29th. And there's a steel band tramp the following night, Tuesday, April 30th. The food fair is Wednesday, May 1st. Juve is Thursday, May 2nd. Children's parade, Friday, May 3rd. Let's go out and support our young people. And the adults parade and fireworks is Saturday, May 4th. And I know it's a parade, but let the troops be about colors, feathers, and not just bathing suits or bikinis, okay? I know it's kind of late now, but still, hopefully we see a good carnival parade. And the Utopia Unity concert will be held on Sunday, May 5th. And I want to encourage folks again, if you can carpool, let's do that. Carpool to the Village area. There's only but so much parking around the Village area. So listen out for the PSAs or the radio shows that the Division of Festivals, I'm sure, will be on, and the police department and other agencies giving you information as to where you can get shuttles. And if you're drinking to that extent, don't drive. Hopefully, through the Virgin Islands Police Department, hopefully they'll have by then a LEPC grant or something where we could do that call service, that if you feel a little tipsy, somebody could take you home. Again, thank you to all of you. I want to thank my staff, the legislative staff, for their work. for today's meeting with this overview of safety and security efforts ahead of the St. Thomas Carnival festivities. Thank you to all. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Thursday, April 4th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.